love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, then all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, whoa, I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again.
Hello and welcome to another SDAQ&A. Good to have my special guests, John Rosier and Gillian Ford. How are you guys going tonight, this morning, whenever it is for you?
Very good.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, this is a bit of a... Sorry, what was that, John?
This is very good. We've got a very nice this is the 1st of April, and we have sunshine. The only problem is it's still cold.
That's brilliant. And for those who are wondering what John's talking about, this is a kind of a special show. John here interviewing, commenting, and watching the re-release of season 2, episode 5, which he was my interviewee for that particular program. And to make that happen, we've had to do it at 10 p.m. our time, 9 p.m. Gillian's time, and midday for John. And so we're hopefully making our UK and European viewers very happy tonight. And I'm very snacked up. I've got on one hand a nice coffee, on the other hand I've got some tomato soup. I've got plenty of water to keep myself hydrated. What else have I got? I've got some milk in here. I love a nice cold milk of an evening. I've got some cheese. I've got corn chips, and I've got dip as well. I am fully stocked. So look, we're not going to spend too much time having a preliminary chat. I want to get straight into this episode. Season 2 was phenomenally well. And however, it was always a Facebook group that we had set up. And it's been my dream to get the season 2 episodes out there into the public realm. And so I began years ago doing that very slowly. And I realized that the only way to make it happen was to do one a week and to invite people that were on the show to rewatch it and then to offer some commentary at the end. So that's what we're doing. And so far, so good. This is episode number 5. And the only other thing I'll add to all this is Facebook, in their wisdom, is by June 26 erasing all live videos from their groups. So all of the resources we've created will be gone on Facebook. So lucky we're getting them out here now on YouTube where they won't be touched. So I've got till June 26 to make as much noise as I can.
Wow, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, I also want to just add a very big thank you to Carol Platt. She is sponsoring today's program, and I really appreciate that, Carol. Carol is a big fan of John's work, John's material. John has been on the show several times, and many people love your work, John. And what I've been offering to people as we bring about this seminal work to the millions, to the world, is a chance to sponsor a show. So far there's been someone that has sponsored every program, so as in each individual program that's been coming out every week, and Carol is sponsoring today's program. So thank you very much, Carol Platt. We really appreciate it. And we're now ready to dive in. Did you have any brief words there? Do you remember doing the interview with me, John, Gillian, when you were watching it? Did you suddenly go, hang on a second, this is interesting, having different people's perspectives on something that affected your whole life? Glacier View, there's Ford.
Well, John is really, he's always good. But my memory, all I can remember is that on one of the statements, I think it was the 10-point statement, he wasn't quite right. So I'll fix that tonight.
Awesome.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Somebody's just asked, I wondered if Des ever wrote a Daniel commentary after Glacier View. Yes, he did. I've just republished it. It's called Daniel and the Coming King, and it's just gone up on Amazon.
Awesome.
Right.
Awesome. That's great. And just behind you, just give a quick plug to what you've been working on there as well, Gillian.
These are my 9 volumes. There's one here and then the other 8. And they are all up on Amazon except the last one, which is half-proofed. They're very big books. They're about 500 pages each. And you really could just buy one. One would make me happy. But they're basically a lot of the documents from Glacier View that after Des died, I sorted and copied about 50 boxes of them. And Also, other people have written. I've written about 70 articles in here. Des has written a lot. There's an anthology of some of Des's sermons. They were part of the documents. Somebody in America did transcripts of a lot of his sermons from radio and TV. Very valuable stuff that would be hard to get hold of. So
Great resource. Yeah. I highly recommend people go and check them out on Amazon.
If John's got them all,
Yes.
hope you've read some of them.
Oh, yes, thanks. Yes, she sent me copies of them. I've got them stacked up here, all over the room.
Great. I've got them all here too. I've got all of them as well.
Yeah, they're all stacked
Yeah.
up. Yes,
And Adrian just says,
yes,
thank you, Gillian. Appreciates that. And look, we've got viewers in the US watching as well, and it's 4 a.m. over there. So, look, we'll appreciate them watching as well. John, do you remember the 5 year ago you doing the interview?
Yes, I do.
Because this is early on. This was only five into what I thought was going to be 5 or 6 interviews, and it turned into 86.
That's right. And yes, it was around this time as well.
Yeah.
It was in the end of March. Yes, and I remember I went through how what happened to me, and eventually to the whole Glacier View thing, and remember that we were looking at it from here, and we were very hopeful. Actually, we really seriously hopeful, and that something would come out of this. What we didn't realize was the way in which the political machinery worked inside the General Conference. That we didn't realize at all. We actually thought, we got sensible people in the church that would look at things and realize there was a need for serious rethinking. Not, I didn't realize we were going to end up with another council of Trent. And a few, another Constance and all the rest.
Here we are, 45 years. Here we are, 45 years later. No closer to any kind of resolution.
No closer, and this is, as I kept saying to Gillian, I said this is a repeat of Wycliffe, Huss, and Luther all over again. It's exactly the same, and the issues are not actually too far away from each other either. The whole issue of the way in which the church organizes itself and what it believes in one respect, refusing to give way to the possibility that it actually needs to rethink. And of course, it doesn't. We don't burn people these days. We just crucify them verbally. That's what we do. You roast them in the church documents. And everybody therefore keeps away from everything. They don't, because they don't have to think. And really, we've ceased to be a thinking church. This is what worries me. We really have ceased to be a seriously thinking church, and we need to be. Adventism should be one of the most thinking churches and discursive churches in the world around its faith and understanding the faith of Jesus. It really does. But alas, and I do think that also that what happened back in 1919, the 1990 Bible Conference, really was an example of a thinking church, and a church that tried to take grips with things and realized the need to face the world as it was, not to face the world as they think it was, and that we're living in cloud cuckoo bubble land, in regards to that as well. Well, I am. Yes, I do.
You remember it well. I do too. It was the first time I'd met you, and thank you for putting me in touch with John, Gillian. We are firm friends to this day, and I love all your work. It's fantastic. So, look, here we go, and we're going to watch this back. Feel free to make comments, everyone. At the end of it, we're going to just have a little bit of an analysis, a little commentary, and if there's something urgent you want to address, John and Gillian, just wave frantically and we'll pause the video. But here we are, everybody, season 2, episode 5. Let's go back in time, and thank you again to today's sponsor, Carol Platt. If anyone would like to put their name, business, website, a link to books you've written, things that you want to advertise, contact me, and you can put your name down for one of these shows. There's 86 of them altogether, and they are fast going, which I'm really happy to say. So thank you again, Carol, and let's get into the program. Season 2, Episode 5, John Rosier. This was the 40th Glacier View retrospective. It's now 45 years later. Here we go. He says confidently. Oh dear.
Technology.
Let's hope it catches up with itself in a moment. And after that really great, these are those awkward moments where you start fiddling around with stuff.
Oh yes.
So I think, yes, I think we're live. But before we officially introduce you, we'll just wait for a couple of people to join the room so we're not talking into thin air. But definitely live. Is the A cut off on the screen there of the SDAQ&A? Can you see that all right?
No, everyone, I can see that, yes.
Awesome. Well, so those that are joining us, we welcome you. And here we are at SDAQ&A, which is actually a podcast. But 2 weeks ago, we started experimenting with going live, and then a week after each of the live episodes, you'll be able to find these interviews on the podcast, which I'll share links with in the group. Share with your friends to come and join us, because only people can, at the moment, can watch these live if they're members of this specific group. So invite your friends to join if they'd like to watch. And I just want to say a quick thank you. People have been making some donations the last couple of days, and I just want to say I really value that, because the costs of the hosting the podcast, hosting the website, which we will be putting up, hosting the Zoom subscription, it all is adding up, and I'm putting a fair bit of time into these, and so the donations that people have made in the last couple of days, I've just value that and thank you very much. So let's get started. Thank you and welcome to SDA Q&A. I'm Peter Dixon, your host for today, and it's fantastic to have John Rosier here with us. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. Yes, glad to be here.
Now, from that accent, I'm guessing that you are from the UK.
I am indeed.
And
yes.
you're actually coming to us live from the UK right now.
Yes, I'm coming live. Yes.
What part of the UK are you living in?
Staffordshire.
Oh.
I live in Staffordshire on the edge of Cannock Chase. So I live in a very leafy, very open part of the world, a very beautiful part of England, and I've been here for since I've been living in the area since 1971.
Nice.
So I can walk out of my door and move into miles of countryside.
Beautiful. I love it. About 2 years ago, I did a gig just out of Glastonbury, not the famous Glastonbury festival, but a little spin-off folk festival. Are you far from Glastonbury?
Oh yes. Glastonbury is way down the other end of the country. It's way down in Somerset. It's Somerset, right. Around there, Glastonbury. Well, I'm in the middle. I'm in the north end of the Midlands.
Right. Well, as you know, and the reason we've got you here today is to share some insights and thoughts on Glacier View. And for the listener and those watching, SDA Q&A podcast has been running for over a year now. We've got over 22 episodes, and we've been coming live on the Facebook group for just a couple of weeks. And when this series finishes, which is kind of a reflective on it being the 40th anniversary since Glacier View, we're going to continue on, of course. So I'm sure that down the track we'll be able to continue other conversations as well. But to keep in theme with this series and to sort of start the conversation, I just wonder if you can tell us something of your background and where you're coming from with regards to Glacier View.
Well, I am actually a fourth generation Adventist. So I was born into an Adventist family. And when you're born into an Adventist family, of course, they cart you off to church every Sabbath, where you are put into a back room with somebody teaching you and showing you all sorts of interesting pictures, like the birth of Jesus, his miracles, the crucifixion, resurrection, and of course the second coming, way at the end there, terrifies you to death. And the fact is, and then of course we had all the Bible stories. So actually I was brought up inside a church that gave me all these sort of things. And also my aunt, one of my aunts, she had a big thick book which was published by the church, which was all black and white illustrations of the Bible, starting from Eden right the way through to the New Earth. So this used to be, I used to read through, look at this stuff, and it was really did stir the imagination, if nothing else. So I was brought up inside, as you, to a certain degree, inside the womb of Adventism, or certainly as it was in the UK at the time, in the 1950s.
And you're still a Seventh-day Adventist too, you were saying before we started the program.
Pardon? I'm still, yes.
And you're still a Seventh-day Adventist.
I'm still a member of the church, yes. Though I'm afraid that if they were using the yardstick of measurement today, they would consider me not to be one. But still, they would consider that for a long time. But the thing is, I'm still a member of the church, yes, and I was very fortunate, really, because I was in one church where a lot of this stuff was looked at, and they came to very clear conclusions about it. And that church disappeared because it got too old, and it was also pounded into the ground by a certain pastor. And then I found a church that I could really live with, where I am at the moment, which is in a similar state. So actually, I'm amongst a whole renegade group of Adventists who do not, who defy the president, the General Conference president, to come anywhere near their threshold. It's really quite.
It's almost like you're almost like a different denomination within the denomination.
Totally. We have the name, but that's about it. And as one of them said to me, if they really get rough with us, bring it on. That's what one of them said.
Have you thought about splitting and starting as the Nouveau Adventist?
Well, not at the moment. It has been talked about, believe it or not, but we have a sister church that certainly is, and the minister actually gave this sister church an ultimatum, and they gave him one. And
I thought Australians were the only rebels.
Oh, no. Where do you think you got it from? We're an ungovernable country. Just like everywhere else where there are Brits, people of British descent. The fact of the matter is, yeah, they did, and they threatened the conference. They go independent if they did get any revolution to it. And so it was quite. I've been amongst these sort of quite independently minded Adventists in Britain now for a long time. Mm. So
the actual union just across the water from you in is it called the Norwegian Union or the Union of Norway? They also seem to be quite radical.
Yes, they are indeed. In fact, four of their unions have been threatened by the General Conference.
Yes, I watched that in the Autumn Council. It was shocking.
Oh, absolutely. They're not going to get anywhere. This is basically over women's ordination, of course. And as far as I'm concerned, they're practicing spiritual misogyny, and it's ridiculous. There's absolutely no reason why women should not be called to ministry within the auspices of there is no Greek, there is no Gentile, there is no male or female, all are one in Christ. If you understand the church properly, then this sort of demarcation is actually biblically invalid, and they are really up against to me a biblical understanding of these things. But this is what they're doing, and we're in the 21st century, and the church is behaving like as if it was in the Middle Ages. So undoubtedly, we've got a real problem on our hands in this respect.
And you see Glacier View as a bit of a kind of a ground zero starting point for some of these current tensions, and beyond before that as well.
Well, before that, I mean, if you ever read the Unity document, which was rejected, fortunately, but the unity document just sounded like something from Boniface VIII. I taught church history, and I have a book in this on my library, which is a medieval reader, and it's got all these wonderful documents in it from the medieval world. And it was well thumbed when I was teaching medieval studies. And in there is Unum Sanctum. And Unum Sanctum, the Holy One. It is the ascension that the church has authority above all people, and the kings that defy the church can be uncrowned as they are crowned by the church. That's virtually what this document said. And it's using the arguments from Scripture to support this kind of authority. Now, when I came to look at the unity document, which, by the way, I critiqued and put it on my on the opinion Facebook site, which is my where all the opinions are and all my edited stuff is. I pointed out that, you know, that if you look at John 17, which is what they used, it was the position they came to was nothing more than a collective. What's the word you want to use? A collective personal interpretation of passages that do not yield what they were claiming for them and do not give them the right actually to claim what they were claiming for the church. It's extraordinary that that document was supposed to address the issue of calling women to ministry. It goes for over 50 pages, and only 3 pages of which are dealing with ministry of women. So this is not a document about women at all. This is a document about the assertion of the institution of the church over us all, and its authority, and its doctrinal authority as well, which we'll probably come to over Glacier View. This is one of the great problems that we face inside the Adventist church, is that we've become a papacy. That's what we've become. We become a mirror image of the papacy. So irony, isn't it? That we're here as a church that attacks the papacy, sets about things, calls Rome Babylon, and yet it has imbibed in principle all the things that Rome has, except it doesn't burn people anymore. It just slanders you in the Review and Herald. And really that's where we are in this church. We've had, and it's been there for a long time, and it's been growing that way for a long time. There is a long history to this, and historians look back to the origins of something. And really and truthfully, it does bubble. You find it with I.R. Buckler. Buckler really believed in the superiority of the General Conference position, and certainly his own position. And believe it or not, he was actually told off by Ellen White. She didn't mind organization, but not this sort of organization. It was Babylon as far as she was concerned, and rightfully so. You know, it's I don't know what she'd do today. I think she'd close the place down today if she was around. She would really.
Yeah, well, she kind of set up the unions, didn't she, to keep
she said, yeah,
to keep everyone being able to look after their own culture. Yeah, independent.
Yeah, that's right, and be independent, and not to receive threatening letters from the General Conference.
Yeah.
So really, really, we're in a church that has become very authoritative, and for reasons I'll probably talk about a bit later on, very dark. And the you know, as I was saying to somebody, this is not the Adventist church I entered as a 21-year-old. We're in a completely different ball game, and it's been since Glacier View. Do
you mind revealing a bit of your age there by saying what year it was that you became an Adventist?
Yeah, well, I although I was brought up in the church, what basically happened was that my parents had an altercation with their church over something which may seem trivial now looking back on it, but it certainly wasn't trivial to my mother. And so we stopped going. Sabbath lockdown at home, all right, but we stopped going. And so for the whole of my teens, I actually didn't go to church at all.
Right. That's why I was confused, because you were fourth generation, but you said you kind of joined when you were 21. So you kind of had a bit of a time out.
I really was. And I was completely out of it, absolutely out of it. And looking back on it, I was glad I was. And the fact is, so I never had the neurosis of a teenage Adventist. I was outside of all this. And then, and in fact, when I started my A-level class, A-levels, because of course at school we do RE in this country. So in fact, I was still doing biblical stuff at school, and I took my O-level exams in this and all the rest of it. But eventually, what happened was when I was starting my A-levels, I was in a group of students in the college that had Methodist, Catholic, Anglican backgrounds, and that was interesting to be amongst. And I was dragged off to the Catholic Church by one of them. And I really started to learn a bit about Catholicism, and I didn't see any horns coming out of anybody. And but the fact of the matter is that I also realized Catholicism could never really attract me, because I've been brought up as a Sabbath-keeping communicant, and also because I knew a lot about the Gospels from my study, my exams, and a lot particularly about Acts of the Apostles. I actually concluded this church bore no relationship whatsoever to the Acts of the Apostles or anything like this. I needed to be in a church that was far closer to this. However, my friend eventually abandoned the Catholic Church because he had a quarrel over papal infallibility, and so he dragged me off to the Anglican Church, where I was there. And then he went to university, and I decided to do A-level divinity, A-level biblical studies, and I had to go to another college for that. And it's while I was there, and this is where the thief thing starts. It was while I was actually studying scripture, and we were looking. It was a very dark night because it was a night course, and it was in January, and it was pouring in rain outside, and I was sitting reading a section about the prayer life of Jesus, and this is what we were looking at in Matthew's Gospel. And it was almost as if, I can only describe it in this way, it was almost as if the Spirit moved. Absolutely incredible moment. I had an epiphany, a realization that this thing was true. This thing was true. And for the first time, I really started to engage with God. For the first time in ages, I began to seriously engage with God. And I told him something. I said, all right, you will get me to believe in you, but there's two things you will not get me to do. I am not joining anything, and I am not ending up in that tank. I actually said that to him. And the whole of that year, you wouldn't believe this, Peter, the whole of that year, it was like, from this viewpoint, it was like being on a boat where somebody else was in charge of the tiller. And the next thing I found myself in was at a creation conference run by the Adventist Church at Nottingham University, where I bumped into people who I'd known when I was a child. And they'd known me, you know, when I was a child. And I started talking to them and sitting with them. Then I went down to my uncle and talked to him about things. And he advised me. He said, well, John, perhaps you should think about going to Newbold after all this. You probably need this. And then eventually, so I started at Newbold, and I wasn't even a member. I started at Newbold, and by November, I was exactly where I told the Lord in January would never get me. Joining a church, standing in a baptismal tank. So I actually believe that I was put into this church. And I actually said to someone, I said, look, my conversion to Jesus never happened in a church. It happened in an A-level classroom, sitting down, poring over passages for an exam. I said, and I suddenly realized who Jesus was in this moment. So for me, I've always had an independent, distancing spirit from the denomination because of that. And it was being very important to me. Very important indeed.
It gives you a certain level of objectivity that's unique.
Oh, yeah, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
So what year was this that you were baptized?
1969.
Right.
At Newbold, I learned basically, I learned many things, but the one thing I did learn, clear thing I did learn, was we were taught by Robert Zamora, who is no longer with us, alas. And I can remember he taught us epistles of Paul, and he taught us biblical theology. First thing, I'd never really bumped into Americans before, and I discovered Americans are marinated in Ellen White. They're not they're utterly marinated. That they'll sit down, read their Bibles, and then ask the question, well, what does she say? As if they can't fathom out for themselves what the Bible says. Which really did strike me, because I wasn't brought up in Ellen White. She was just a figure in the history of the church. There was nothing more. These people seem to be completely under her thumb, or they've been put under her thumb. So this was the first thing. So when we started to get around the areas of looking at salvation and justification by faith in Romans and Galatians and elsewhere, I suddenly discovered there was a considerable unease at this from the American side. And we got almost to a point where some of them were saying, well, Paul's just wrong, because this wasn't the Adventism they were brought up in. And of course, because I've been out of it for so long, and because the UK just doesn't have this sort of remit inside it, at least certainly not when I was going to church as a kid, I actually didn't realize what this was for a long time. And then a couple of years later, I was in the biblical theology class, and I remember Pastor Zamora, as he was then, his name was then became Dr. Zamora, because he started his doctorate in the UK. He put up a square on the board because there was a great argument going on as to how we were saved. And so he put this square up as representing salvation. And he said, well, what are you going to say in this? Well, we all take our characters to heaven, so all our characters have got to go into there. So he said, well, we got like a pension scheme. You put in some, God puts in some. You put in some, God puts in some. And after this argument was going on, we had the Europeans over one side groaning, saying it's all grace. We had the Americans over there quoting bits of Ellen White, and we had the Brits as usual in the middle, completely divided. And in the end, he wiped the thing out, straightened up the square. He wrote the word Jesus across the square, and he said, "Nothing of you goes in that square. Nothing. It's all of him." This argument rumbled on down the corridor and into the dormitory. And I realized there was something wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it because I didn't know enough. But when I left Newbold, I knew full well I could say I was saved. I was saved. I was saved in Jesus. As long as I stayed in Jesus, I had everything I needed for salvation. I would see the resurrection of the just, and I would see the new earth. I knew all that in relationship to what I'd learned in biblical studies. And I can tell you, I was taught biblical studies. I was taught how to exegete, and also at least exegete biblically. And there's one thing that's very clear. Ellen White was nowhere near my biblical studies and theology course throughout that college. The only time she appeared was in the denominational history, and anyone would think she was the only one in it. That was it. that was it. So for me, I was given a serious theology course that was purely biblical, Bible based, and exegetically based, and soundly based. I really note that for a start. And that's all of us were taught that. It was quite amazing, really, when I come to think of it and what's happening now.
Because the Australian and South Pacific and New Zealand, we had more of an Ellen White influence, more like our US brothers and sisters. Sounds like Europe had a very marginal exposure.
Yeah, we had very little exposure to her at all.
So when did you first hear about Des Ford?
Des? Well, the first time I ever saw Des Ford, he came to speak at the graduation of 1970, which was my first year. And I remember I wasn't in the tent, really. I was wandering in and out of it doing other things. But I do remember this man moving about the fact the question is not what, the question is who. That's the bit that came through my head from this man. I thought, my goodness, he's going at it. And I found out that this was Des Ford. And then the next time that I actually laid eyes on him was when he used to come to Newbold now and again when he was doing his PhD at Manchester. And he would turn up. And at one point, I was actually in the same room as him, though he wouldn't have known it, because he was in the Sabbath school class. And he was answering questions. The questions were being asked, and he was answering them. And everybody was so terrified, they wouldn't say anything. So we sat there completely dumb as this person that seems to know the answer to everything. And that was really my first meeting with, my first sort of meeting with him. But I never, after Glacier, then what happened with Glacier View? After Glacier View, he came to the, I started to edit the Amersham Fellowship's magazine called Opinion, which he received, including my articles on Hebrews, because I got very interested in Hebrews eventually. And he came and talked at the Shire Hall in Reading, and we all went down there to hear him. And after he'd finished and he'd answered these questions, I went down to introduce myself. And he looked at me and he said, "I know who you are." And I thought, what? What? He says, I know exactly who you are. You're the gentleman that writes the articles on Hebrews. And then he said, "And when you finished it, I'll buy it."
Wow.
I should wrote back. And then he came to Amersham. I saw him at Amersham, and he came and preached at Amersham. And that was really the last time that I ever saw him. I was unable to see him after that. But it was clear to me that, you know, he talked a bit about Glacier View and he talked about what happened, and so I really saw this enormously great man, and so that was my introduction to him, and that was really my only interchange with him. But he was known; you couldn't miss him. I mean, you know, I was saying to Jill, I said, all the list of people she put to me, down to me in one of her emails, the only reason you knew they exist is if you were taught by them, or if they were in an area of commanding position. I said, with Des, you knew he was all over the place. Tapes were coming out with his talks here and talks there, and goodness knows what else. You couldn't miss him. I described him to Jill as the great whale, massive whale, surging through the seas of Adventism. And and that she shouldn't take any notice of me because I'm an absolute sprat by comparison, complaining on the side in a rock pool.
When you're talking about the tapes there, and the now famous forum session which preceded Glacier View. It was, I think, October 1979. How soon after did you get a copy? How soon after the actual meeting did you get a copy of the tape?
Well, I was up preaching at Stoke, and I was staying with a friend of mine, and we used to have, they had all the kids round, all the youth round, and one of them had actually managed to get their hands on a copy of this tape, and they put it on. This must have been at the end of 1979, beginning of 1980.
So only months after.
Yeah, only a few months after, because it was in October that it was October, wasn't it?
October 27, I think.
Yes. So I heard it. I heard it the end of December, beginning of January.
So set the scene for us. You listen to it. You hear it for the first time. Yes. How did that make you feel?
I understood the import completely of it. I realized. I sat there while he marked out the problems with 1844, the problems with the sanctuary, the fact that theologians had been flagging up this for a long time, starting with Ballinger, who wrote to Ellen White and never got a reply. In Fletcher, he went through the Fletcher, Reed, Conradi, these fellas, all which are in his document, all these people that have gone up there, and then he started to go through the problems himself. And by the time I came to the end of the tape, I realized absolutely that Adventism was in trouble. And strangely enough, the group did. The group, they realized, this is, if what he's saying is true, then there's a whole core within Adventism that needs completely rethinking. And then after that, I went down to see one of my pastor friends who graduated with me. And of course, he was full of it as well. He'd learned, and not just got the tape, he got other tapes. He got Arthur White's tape, attacking Des in all sorts of directions, using quotes from his grandmother, because now his grandmother was under threat. That's what this is mostly about. His grandmother was under threat. And I remember listening to Arthur White at Newbold. In 1974, he came to open the White Centre.
Really?
And he did. He came, and and he delivered this sermon about his grandmother being a latter-day Moses leading us to the promised land. I thought, yeah, and all you could see the theological fraternity sitting there saying, yeah, and she's dead as a doornail in Battle Creek. See the Brits again.
The Aussies have that kind of larrikin view, we would call it.
Oh, and he went on like this, and I suddenly realized, I said, I can understand. I do not believe I came into a church that was a cult. There was this book called The Four Cults, which we're in there. We may be the shortest chapter, but we're still in there. And I suddenly said, if I didn't know what I knew and was taught at Newbold, and I was just listening to him, I'd come to the conclusion that the Adventist church was nothing more than a cult. Because that's what basically he's made it into. And for him, Adventism definitely was summed up in his grandmother and all these works or whatever it is in the vault. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. So by the time, it's not surprising that when he heard Des Ford going on, he had to protect grandmother. And here it was a tape. The other tape that he got was one by Paul Miller. Don't know whether you know Paul Miller. Paul Miller was what I call a hillbilly Adventist. He had, in the log cabin set, he had formed a final century foundation in Oregon. And what he did was, he was an ultra Adventist. He declared that there were 22 errors in the Adventist church, one of which was that Christ had a sinless nature. Now here we are. We've been brought up, of course, to know that Jesus had a sinless nature. You couldn't defend the child. We were given questions to defend. Jan Paulson, who taught us, he actually gave us a question to defend the virgin birth in our final exams and things like this. So here I was listening to this man going on about the Adventist church, and as I listened to him, I realized that every single thing that I was taught in theology, this man said was actually false. And we were sitting around there thinking to myself, we've got an alternative theology in the church. A serious...
They thought you were the alternative theology.
Yeah, we're not the alternative theologies at all. No, we're not. We're not. We can prove an end of it. We belong to the apostolic kerygma.
I'm saying they thought that.
Oh, yes, they definitely did. They called this new theology. The only thing new was their theology. And the fact of the matter is, so I listened to this individual. He used to send acolytes round to monitor the sermons of the preachers, of the Adventist preachers, and then they used to call the members round to tell them what heresy they'd listened to. Now these were, it's obvious these preachers were brought up on questions on doctrine. They'd been brought up on all this, and here they were extolling from the Bible, and they were being countered by this bloke. Eventually, he got himself disfellowshipped. But I bet you he wasn't disfellowshipped for what he was teaching. He was definitely disfellowshipped for disrupting the church. That's why he was disfellowshipped. And that brings us to a terrible moment when you begin to realize, I've got a book called Issues on my shelf, which is all the correspondence between conference presidents and people like Standish and co. And not a single one of those letters complains about what Standish was teaching. They only complain that he's disrupting the organization. And he was in the end, he and his brother were disfellowshipped, not because of the heresy that they were teaching, but because they were trying to get people to put tithe into Heartland. Threaten the church's finances, and you'll get
the money.
You'll get yourself disfellowshipped. Teach anything, as long as you believe in 1844, arrive on Sabbath, you can teach what you like. Nothing happens. So I really thought, I'm in a church here that's a schizophrenic church. it's really extraordinary. And that's what started to emerge from my hearing of the tape and reactions to it. When I joined after that, I was climbing. I joined the Adventist Climbing Club, Alpine Club, and a group of a group of Newboldians were in that as well. So this started to get discussed in the mountains of Piedmont. You wouldn't believe it, sitting at the top of mountains discussing Des Fort.
A mountaintop experience.
It was a mountainous topic, and
and a mountainous topic.
And every one of us, the circle that was in there, including 2 Adventist pastors of our generation, and the whole group of us that were theologically trained, we came to the conclusion that 1844, the investigative judgment, the whole sanctuary teaching and everything that flows from it was totally and utterly discredited, and that the church had got to completely abandon it and put in its place something that was biblically sound. And after I got back from my mountain climbing, I was taken up to Stockton Brook, which is just outside Stoke, and there I met Geoffrey Paxton. Geoffrey Paxton had written the book, The Shaking of Adventism. Geoffrey Paxton was deliberating with us, and he loved Adventists, actually, although he was an Anglican. And he actually demonstrated that the Adventist claim to be the heir of the Reformation was actually very doubtful, because we had no gospel in the church, and we had no real consensus of a gospel in the church either. And the whole issue of righteousness by faith. Though he did admit it, we were struggling with it. But there again, he also pointed out at this meeting, the Anglican Church was struggling with it as well, because he'd been into the convocation in the north, where he'd been talking about these things. And the local vicar came round and he said, you know, you're not the only ones in trouble with this doctrine, we are. So, in fact, you know, I suddenly realized this crisis going on inside the Adventist Church at one level is replicated across Christendom. It's completely replicated across Christendom. So in the end, having listened to him, and by the way, he thought Des Ford was a theologian of genius. That's what he told us. He thought Des was a truly great theologian, and he hoped that something would come out of Glacier View, and he hoped that the Adventist Church would turn a corner with Glacier View. That's what he told us. And of course, he didn't reckon on Neil Wilson. Neither did anybody else. And really and truthfully, you know, everybody was really expecting at last the church can do something. And then we heard he'd been sacked. That's what happened next. And there was deep depression. We could not understand this at all. And then I asked the question, well, what was there in the document that caused them to sack him? We need to get the document. And so I read the account in Ministry, and I came across a statement in the last part of in the last article in Ministry, and in that it was a reflective sort of article upon Glacier View, and in there the writer said that sola scriptura was evil. Sola scriptura was evil. And I sat there and said, if sola scriptura is evil, that means all my theological training, everything that I learned is evil. There's no way we're going to stand for this. And what it really showed me was that it was a bubble of the understanding of the way the church had gone. We'd arrived at something very, very dark, very difficult here. And then what happened was I got a copy of the document. I got in the March of 81, I got a copy of the document. It took me 10 days to read through it. I did it in stages. I annotated it, wrote things down the side. There's one knowledge here. Was one something in here where I wrote down, this is obvious. It's supported by Hebrews 1:1-3. I'd written all the way down here. And now when I was able to...
Sorry to interrupt, but can you just explain, for those that, because we're just calling it the document, can you just explain a little bit about what the document is?
Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, the document is the Glacier View document. Here it is, folks. Here it is. This is the document that they had in front of them at Glacier View, all 1,000 pages of it. Desmond Ford, after he did his talk, was suspended by the General Conference, believing that he had a case to answer. and he was given 6 months to prepare this document basically as a defense or discussion document for the purpose of eventually being looked at a convening of the church, of a big church meeting in Glacier View. This is it. This is what they were supposed to be looking at. This is what they were supposed to be discussing, and it's a monumental work. It actually it's an absolute masterpiece, and it showed us the origins of where the problems were. It showed us who had been complaised about them. It goes through. He exegetes Daniel 8, and it's a brilliant exegesis of Hebrews 9. Des was a master exegete. I don't care what anyone says. My father wrote to Gordon Hyde, you know, because he was very afraid about me. So he said, "You need some direction." So he wrote to Gordon Hyde, who was sacking all the ministers, and Gordon Hyde wrote back to him and said, "Oh, if we'd followed Des, it would have been a disaster for the church. Disaster for the church." And besides, I've never seen him as a very good exegete. My father was waving this letter in front of me. I said, "Father, if you read this document, which you'll never read," I said, if you look at the exegeted passages in this document, it is a masterpiece. I know exegesis when I see one. I studied English literature. I know how to exegete poetry and all the rest of it. And I was taught exegesis at college. They said, "You can't fault it. It's indisputable what's written in here." And and also the other thing was, when I read through it, I brought my Bible with me, and I started to read the whole passages and look at it myself everywhere, and then eventually I could see exactly what he was saying and where he was coming from. So I actually judged this document by the Bible I got in my hand. And by the Bible I got in my hand, this document should have been principally accepted, and the church should have changed its positions, but alas, it was not going to. So in the end, I kept bumping into Adventists who were telling me he's wrong, and I said, "Well, what's wrong about it?" "Well, the church says he's wrong." I said, "Really? Have you read the document?" "No, I haven't read the document." I said, "Well, how do you know he's wrong if you've not actually read where he's coming from in the document?" "I don't need to read the document to know that anyone's wrong. About time we've finished, you know, these are intelligent people, graduates, using no brains." It's incredible how eventually you end up with taking. It's the same with Brinsmead, by the way. I mean, I remember in 1969 there was a really hatchet job done on Brinsmead, but by the BUC president at the time. No, don't tell us what Brinsmead's saying. You just attack the man, and eventually, of course, I found out what Brinsmead was saying, and I was able to look at it. It was when he was in his perfectionist stage before he turned around, and I realised there was a problem here with Brinsmead, and but I did so from reading what he was writing. I didn't didn't just go on and say, you know, Brinsmead's wrong. Why is he wrong? Oh, I don't know. You know, Dr. So-and-so says he's wrong. That's ridiculous. You need to look, and I looked at this. So this document, folks, is the document I went through in detail in 10 days. And I can tell you this, they were given 5 weeks to study this document. They were given when it was sent to them. And I'm told from my American sources that 3 of the conference presidents never read it. They went fishing for 5 weeks.
And I think Des released it as a book later on. I think Jill might be able to
put it indeed. I've got that as well.
Jill could put it in the comments below for us.
That is correct, and it's now being re-edited by Jill.
Yeah.
Into 3 volumes, and I have written the introductory essay to it.
Oh, wonderful!
Which he asked me to do. I was absolutely shocked when he asked me.
Jill, and I know Jill's watching. Jill, turn it into an audio book as well, and we'll get John to read it.
Oh no, I'm not very good at reading out loud.
A lot of people
slightly dyslexic.
A lot of people are listening to books now more than
yes, they are,
reading, which is fine. But it's a very important platform to make available, I think, in an audio book. You don't have to read it, but I think the book's got to come out as an audio book as well. Yes,
that's right. It probably should. But it's absolutely and get someone who could really read to read it. It's absolutely essential. And I was actually quite amazed when he asked me, just a few months before he died, he asked me. He said, "Would I be prepared to write the introduction to it?" And so I did. And what I did was I didn't deal with the ins and outs of the politics. That wasn't interesting. I dealt with just the document, and it was a reflection on the document and the conclusions that what we'll find in it, and the rest of it. That's what I did. And Jill went through it, and it's there. I've got the 3 here. She sent me the 3 here, and my introduction's in there.
Can I just make a comment there of something that I felt as you were talking just then? I could sense your passion and exuberance of the love of the gospel coming through from having read that document.
Yeah.
And it made me feel like almost a little bit of excitement. Imagine if people grasped that gospel in kind of a vessel that was to move forward and get away from all of the politics. Imagine what a powerful gift it would be to the world.
It would indeed.
I got goosebumps from your excitement there.
It would indeed. I think that the gospel, I can understand why the gospel gets lost very quickly, because it's a serious threat to institutional Christendom. It is a serious threat to institutional Christendom. If you can show that you as a believer have direct access to the throne of grace, if you can show that a person can stand before God covered in the righteousness of Christ, seen as a non-sinner and a righteous person even though you aren't, held forever in the grasp that you've moved from death, which is the old Adam, to life, which is the new Adam in Christ. You become a seed of Christ. You can walk in on a Sabbath morning, which represents, by the way, for me, grace and a completed salvation, and you can praise God to the rafters without the neurosis of worrying whether or whether or not you're going to be all right in the judgment, because you've got the verdict of the judgment. Des taught this. He was absolutely right. When I taught biblical studies for 26 years. And when you teach biblical studies and write commentaries on the Bible for your students and study students, you really learn something. And this was reinforced and reinforced and reinforced, particularly when I was reading through John's Gospel. John's Gospel. That's wonderful section in chapter 5, verse 24. He who believes in my word and the one who sent me has eternal life. Has, present tense, not future or past, has eternal life. And then it goes on to say, he has passed from death to life, and those who hear the voice of the Son of God will rise, and the Son of Man raises them. He uses the two terms that's in Daniel. The fact of the matter is this: I remember when I first read that, I was absolutely nearly fell off the chair. And then when I read in Ephesians, for example, in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 6, he has raised us up with him and seated us with him. So we've been taken into the Godhead. It's all vicariously done, but we've been taken in him into the Godhead. Where he is, we are. Now this is a disaster for somebody who wants to come and tell you quite simply, unless you believe in this church, God doesn't bless you. Unless you believe in this system, you're in trouble. Judgment comes at your door. How have you done enough? It's ridiculous. There's a complete understanding here that we are justified, acquitted by faith. We're acquitted, and we're no longer guilty before God because we believe. And that affects the whole way in which you live. It affects the whole way in which you think. It really does inform your worship, and it forms the sheer enjoyment of the fact that you can stand before this extraordinary deity and you can praise him without fear because he has dealt with it. But if you believe in a judgment where he's constantly on your back, where you're having to keep putting him off, you're listening to sermons that send you into an absolute moral panic. And I've seen that happen in the church once where, as I said, it was like frightened sheep all fleeing to the altar in case God strikes them down. That's not the gospel. That is oppression. That's coming from a dark source, that is, and the use of the Bible for dark purposes as well. So really, yes, yeah, I'm enjoyed. I love this. I know this is true.
What do you see as the errors that the Adventist teaches in the sanctuary message?
Well, the first problem is this. You have to go back to the source. And the source quite simply is that the early Adventists, bless their cotton socks, found it very difficult psychologically to believe that they had gone through the great disappointment and really put a lot of capital into believing Miller. And they honestly, I don't think, ever psychologically recovered. And when they sat round to look at this, while they had to effectively find a way of making this date real. And this is where the source is. This is where the source of the problem is. And it looks to me as if, therefore, they kept the date, but then they had to justify the date as having some eschatological meaning. And so they bulked everything, a lot of things around it. But so we ended up with in 1844, we end up with an antitypical Day of Atonement in 1844, instead of being at the cross. They started to pull it away from there. So we ended up with an antitypical Day of Atonement in 1844, Jesus moving from one part of the sanctuary to another in 1844, and then effectively clearing these books which are supposed to be up there full of the sins of people to find out who was worthy of salvation and who was not. This eventually bulks on to the investigative judgment eventually. And the investigative judgment, by the way, was not started by Ellen White, as lots of people seem to think. It was started by Elon Everetts. Elon Everetts was an Adventist pastor, and he wrote a letter to the Review and Herald in January the 1st, 1857. And in that letter was he sketched out the doctrine of justification of this investigative judgment. And that letter was published. James White published the letter. Then about 4 weeks later, he wrote an article based on the letter. Then Uriah Smith picked it up, and Uriah started to expand it to the fact that this event had actually taken place during the Day of Atonement in Leviticus 16. James White wrote an article rebutting that, because he said there's nothing in Leviticus 16 to say there was an investigative judgment. But Uriah, of course, had control of the Review and Herald for over 35 years. Most of our problems arise from Uriah. He was the one who really honed Adventist theology in the 19th century. And that's what people read. And if you listen to people who are heritage Adventists, you can hear the voice of Uriah. He's been largely brushed out of Adventist history, except for Daniel and Revelation. But this man had got far more influence theologically than Ellen White ever had. And in fact, you know, she and he didn't get on very well, and she certainly didn't get on with his wife. And and when she actually wrote him a letter attacking him because he refused to publish Prescott's set of sermons on John's Gospel that he'd given to multitudes in Australia, he wouldn't do it because of course Uriah Smith didn't believe Jesus was God. He was an Arian, and he had great difficulties with the idea of the deity at all, and
through his tenure as a
right through his tenure, he never left it. And she actually wrote a letter. I discovered that she told him when he refused to publish these in the Review. He sent a note back to Prescott telling him they were these things that he'd been preaching were in error, and she wrote a letter to him telling him he was worse than Roland trampling on truth. And really and truthfully, while it's true that he believed she had these strange visions and the like, he took absolutely no notice of them. The early Adventists did not take as much notice of Ellen White as people would like us to think. And even her husband, I remember reading an article by him dated about 1851. What he was doing was rebutting he was rebutting the charge that the Adventist group were making doctrines out of her visions. And he rebutted this by saying that her visions were her affair, and that the reason why Adventist doctrines stand as they are is because they come out of Scripture, not out of her. And then he pointed out it's extremely dangerous to use my wife's visions for this sort of thing.
Wow.
And yeah, and he used the word dangerous. I read this at Newbold. I found this thing at Newbold, and I read through it, and it was quite clear to him. He could never sign up to Article 18, and neither could she. He could never, and I've said to people, I said, if she can't sign up to this article, and he couldn't sign up to this article, neither should anyone else. And the fact is that you know, they didn't see the church like this at all. You know, she was never a cult figure. They've turned her into one. And you know, he accepted that, but they did have moments. I mean, her diaries with tremendous tensions between themselves now and again, and all the rest of it. But the fact is, and that's that, yeah. So this teaching of investigative judgment was thought up by a pastor, and it suddenly entered into the place. And she unfortunately used it in the Great Controversy. And in the Judgment chapter in Great Controversy, it's pure Uriah Smith. She took it straight from Uriah Smith, and unfortunately, she did not correct it in the edition of 1911.
And who was the other guy you said as well that had raised there was another guy.
Elon Everett's?
Yes, yeah.
Elon Everett's. I don't know what happened to him. I didn't even know he existed till I read it in the book.
I've never
dealing with him. No, precisely. You know, nobody knows just the origins of some of these things, and she never corrected it, despite the fact that she was making statements that actually flowed against it in the last 24 years of her life.
Yeah.
And this is and this is really one of the tragedies, because when they discussed this issue in the so-called secret committee, which Figueroa set up to look at all this, we met for 5 years and produced no minutes. Though we do know what.
Did they have minutes that just kind of went missing, or?
Yeah. There's something probably went missing. Same with the 1990 Bible conference.
I wonder if they'll come to light like the 1919 meeting.
Yes, that's it. Someone will trip over them.
Many decades later.
Yeah, well, Cottrell told us, because he was on this committee, he told us that they all came to the conclusion that the investigative judgment did not bear scrutiny under Scripture. They all agreed.
Oh my goodness.
Where the committee was divided was the fact that part of the committee, half the committee said in that case we should dump it, and the rest of the committee said no, because it's written in Great Controversy, we should go on teaching it.
That's a very similar meeting to the 1919
yes.
meeting. So
yeah,
what year was that the hidden secret meetings that
between, I think it was between about 1960 and 1965, something like that.
Boy,
it came about because F.D. Nickel had got so much mail of Adventists complaining about the sanctuary teaching and a few other things, that he went to Figueroa and he said, we've got a problem with this. Now Figueroa, that we've had for my money, we've had two great General Conference presidents. One was Daniels and the other was Figueroa. And Figueroa,
Ellen White wouldn't agree with you on the Daniels one.
No, she probably wouldn't, but he was. Believe me, I think Daniels was a great General Conference president.
He saved the church financially.
She complained about other things about him, but you know,
he saved the church financially in many ways.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And he was an immensely competent, clever man.
But sorry, the two names. What were they again?
These are the two names: Daniels and Figueroa.
Yeah.
When Eternity, the magazine Eternity, started a series of articles asking the question, are Seventh-day Adventist Christians? Donald Barnhouse and Walter Martin were the editors and co-editors. And this led to these discussions going on between them and the Adventist Church in the 1950s. And and Figueroa was behind this. He led them on. This is why questions on doctrine came about. And Figueroa saw questions on doctrine as one of the greatest achievements of his time as president. But Figueroa listened to his theologians. They told him there were problems, and he formed the Biblical Research Committee, or Institute as it's called now, was formed by Figueroa. And Figueroa told them, find the truth wherever it leads.
Wow.
Find it wherever it leads. He left them with an open remit. We need to know. And he got there, all these scholars who could read Hebrew and Greek and goodness, round the table, and he gave them carte blanche as to what to do, apparently. And he did the same, by the way, with the Geoscience Institute. They said, when they set that up, he told the scientists to find the truth wherever it lay.
This is mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's an amazing moment inside the church's history. And it's during this time, of course, that we started, the blooming grace started to bloom inside the church. You know, things started to really move at this point. And Figueroa, Figueroa, you know, he kept Andreasen, who was complaining on the side here, and they kept him really at an arm's length over this man that had been dominating Adventist theology as a teacher and writer all the way through the 20s and 30s and 40s. Suddenly found himself really out of joint on here. So he wrote his sect called the Churches, Letters to the Churches, in which he accused the General Conference President of apostasy and demanded that he resign for these discussions and what they were leading to, and of course he didn't. But when Figueroa retired in 1966, we went back to base. The delegates voted in Robert Pearson. Robert Pearson was not a member of the inner circle at all. He came from the mission field, and Robert Pearson loathed theologians, loathed intellectuals. The church was right. The church could not be wrong. He almost had an infallible view of the church. You could read it in the way that he said things, you know. And ultimately, therefore, what do we need all these theologians for? So by the time we came to 1969, when I joined the church, strangely enough,
timing.
Cottrell tells us there wasn't a single qualified theologian sitting on the Biblical Research Committee. They'd all been removed. We were back to square one. And then he started to sack theologians at Andrews. He went to listen to their lectures, obviously couldn't understand them, and he removed that. He did the same to the institution, the Geoscience Institute, told them the church teaches you your science. So ultimately, here was a man who said, you know, this is the institution of the church, it has authority in all areas, and you will effectively knuckle down to it, or else. So that's why, by the time you get to Neil Wilson, he got here actually he got a template as to what to do with people.
Who was after
Glacier View.
Who was after Pearson?
Neil Wilson was.
Oh, he followed straight after.
He followed, yes. Pearson retired because he became ill. And
things falling into place in my mind.
Yeah, that's right. And then so Neil Wilson arrives on the scene, and he would never call a 1919 type Bible conference, believe me, nor his son. And the fact is, and that's the church. This is how the church is, and therefore this is what we believe, and everybody knuckles to it, and the authority of the church stands. And what it believes. The thing that we face with these 3 or 4 doctrines which are problematic is that they've actually poisoned the church from within. They haven't. They're not only unbiblical, but they have completely distorted our understanding of the gospel. They've distorted our understanding of salvation. They've turned us into a church like a cage, rather than a church of liberation. They've done all this, and they've poisoned the garden. Because Adventism, I mean, believe it or not, I really love the Adventist church in many ways, and it is, when you look at it, it is an absolutely remarkable church. It's by any standards. I've been around Pentecostals, I've been around Anglicans, and all these people, and the Adventist church is a remarkable church. But it has in the garden the blooms of truth that are in it. it has in the garden at the center these wretched weeds. And these weeds have poisoned the garden, and furthermore, they've been watered, and the church has linked its very raison d'etre to these weeds. That's what it's done. So, you know, you hear it. Take away 1844 and the church is finished. Well, no Baptist talks like this. Baptist church was formed in 1607. I don't hear Baptists saying, you know, find something wrong with 1607 and we're finished. It's ridiculous. The only reason is because they put so much capital into a non-date, and that's what it is. It is a non-date, and so ultimately the whole thing is built on speculation. It's built on misuse of scripture, and it's built on sand. And as I've said to somebody, it's all very well putting your foot on the rock of Christ, one foot, and having your other foot in quicksand. You. Because that's exactly what's happened inside the church. And you know, this is a real, it really is very, very, it's salutary. It's distressing to anybody who knew what the church was, particularly when they were doing theology at my time.
Now we're just pausing for a moment. This is Peter here from 2025 now, and we're watching John Rosier, season 2, episode 5, and this is a fantastic interview. John and Gillian are watching with me, I should say, and good to have you guys watching. I just wanted to pause for a moment and thank once more our sponsor today is Carol Platt, and we really appreciate her sponsoring today's program. This is gold, John. I hope you're enjoying the walk down memory lane here, and we're going to get straight back into it, but I know that when we've finished, there's going to be some conversation between Gillian, yourself, and myself, and yeah, wow, this is gold. So let's get back to the program.
But it's an astonishing situation to find yourselves to. So by the time we come to Glacier View, you have got a president in charge of the church who is a master politician, a master tactician, who believes utterly in Ellen White, who believes utterly in all this, and the elevation of Ellen has been going on certainly since the sort of mid to late 1920s. That's ridiculous. Once they got rid of Daniels. And once they got rid of the committee that was responsible for the 1919 Bible Conference and dumped the minutes down into a place where they couldn't be found, they got rid of them all in the 1922 session, and the church moved into non-progressive lockdown almost in this respect. And it's interesting when you read the minutes of the 1990 Bible Conference, because they were published. The 3 on Ellen White were published in Spectrum, and in there they made it very clear: Ellen White is not an authority in history, the Bible, or even health. She's not that at all. And they even knew that she had a lesser view of the testimonies than the members had. So when it comes down to it, you know. And when she arrived at the 1910 Bible General Conference session, which was the last General Conference session that she arrived at, it's recorded. She picked up the Bible. She didn't pick up her books and say, these are the books you must follow. This is the new scriptures of our time. She actually picked up the Bible and urged the members that this was to be their study. That is not a cult figure, Peter. That is not a cult figure. The church has claimed her at one level and ignored her at another.
So in many ways, we have a right to claim back our church, not they who are saying that it's their birthright, because their birthright in many ways, as you're saying, is this transition that took hold after she died.
Yeah.
And has now become seen as the real Adventism that they want to return to.
Yes. And in fact, she was although you know, she acknowledged it's interesting because in I think it's selecting messages, page 164 and 165, she actually admits that her works are full of errors. And she actually says that men who are educated, knowledgeable, should correct them. Well, you try correcting an Ellen White manuscript in the White Estate. She was, in some ways, she was a bit dishonest in where she was getting her information from. And we know that her two editors, Fanny Bolton and Marion Davis, were doing a lot of the work under her supervision. But the fact of the matter is, and that's that she did believe in sola scriptura. And she did say that she did try to stop her, she very early on tried to stop her writings from being used in the pulpit. She said her writings were not to be used to settle scriptural matters and scriptural disputes. The Bible was used for that. She told Butler, if you want to find out what's in Galatians, read Galatians. You know, not ferret around in my writings or whatever. And she also pointed out that because we believe something for decades doesn't mean to say it's true. If you and it must be brought under the glare of Scripture, and if Scripture shows it not to be true, it must be dumped. That was Ellen White.
So Des wasn't bringing in a new light. He was revealing the old light that had been hidden by the weeds.
Yes, right. That's what he was doing. He was clearing the weeds. But the weeds were the raison d'etre of the church.
You mentioned, yeah.
You begin to see now what's happening at Glacier View, because we have two ever since the formation of the White Estate, and certainly under the auspices of her grandson. And this is where it really starts, with her grandson. We've had sort of sola scriptura on one side, supposedly, which we all accepted. The Bible was central. Froome, in his article for Ministry in 1957, said the Bible was paramount. The Bible is for faith and teaching and doctrine. That is the base from which everything is taken. You know that, and Andreasen attacked that as being undermining Ellen White, because he didn't believe the Bible was the base. He believed she was. But Froome said no, the base is the Bible. That continued, but at the same time you've got this other authority slowly being moved in out of the womb of the White Estate, and indeed when we come to 1971, Arthur White was writing in the review there that she was the final court of appeal for Adventists. And so you realize now we've got two contending authorities sitting inside the church. And eventually what happens is that you most of us you don't see this. I think you have to be in America or some parts of the world to see this. Certainly we didn't see it in the UK. This development started, and when you come to Glacier, when you come to Desi's talk really set off a sort of alarm bells inside the General Conference, because basically speaking, he was telling the forum something that they shouldn't have known. They probably didn't know, because some of them were very intelligent people in the forum, but certainly when the tape started moving around the membership, they must have gone into absolutely sort of hitting the roof, because we the hoi polloi aren't supposed to know anything about this. And suddenly Des is revealing something which was seriously now threatening the position of the church in regards to these questions. He wouldn't have seen it like that. He did know, apparently, and Jill's told me that he did believe that there was going to be trouble, and he didn't really want to do it. But they told him, you know, when you're in the forum, what can happen to you in the forum? Nobody takes any notice of the forum. Well, they certainly did this. And and you can read it. I mean, there's a letter written from PUC to Neil Wilson, where it's signed by Fred Veltman as well. Veltman was one of was in there, and where it said, you know, you promised us that no one would get hurt. And Des Ford has been hurt.
Yeah.
And you can read through this letter after Glacier View, and there's deep disappointment and deep alarm at what Wilson did.
Yeah.
That this really did threaten the academic integrity of the church. And it was a reversal of everything that Figura, for example, wanted.
Well, Bill Johnson the other night in our interview, he said that he views the crisis of Glacier View as more profound even than 1888.
Yes, it was. It was more profound than 1888, and the reason is because the Bible lost. That's why. The Bible lost. It wasn't a question. It's the, you see, when this, in 1980, the General Conference met, didn't it? General Conference session met. We had 23 fundamentals. When I joined the church, there were 23 fundamentals. They increased it to 27 at Dallas, and one of the 27 was number 17. It's number 17 that, for the first time ever attaches Ellen White to the remnant claim and her writings to the remnant claim, and says that she is an ongoing authority. For the first time ever, what was slowly happening under the carpet, as it were, now became almost set in stone.
See, and Walter Martin recognised this and spoke of it in the interview with John Ankerberg and Dr. Johnson, and
Yes.
he said to Bill in the interview, you know, would you say that Ellen White is the infallible authority of Scripture, or something along those lines?
Yeah.
And I remember watching the YouTube clip and Bill looking very uncomfortable with that, and he spoke to that as well, and felt in some ways he was being corralled into some difficult waters.
Yes,
but
he was, because
he had an amazing answer in that. He said that for him, no, she's not. But I think John Ankerberg then kind of said that he was now worried for Bill, that he might go down the same path as Des.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Bill was worried. Bill looked a bit concerned about even saying that.
Yeah, I remember watching the encounter. I actually had it on tape at first, and and it really was a disastrous encounter for him. I really felt sorry for him.
But I also feel it showed the bravery that Bill, especially chatting to him the other night, there's a real courage that he knew that he was in difficult waters, but he still did present some of his authentic self there, and I do respect that.
Yeah, he tried. He really did try, and he. But the trouble is, no one. They'd invited all sorts of people to it, and knew that he was the only one who was willing to go.
That's right. That's another.
I think he did to some degree regret it. But the fact of the matter is, and that's that this issue over Ellen White is really at the heart of the problem, and so here we have a group of we have her with a body of writing that you can actually use to support all the weeds, and so ultimately, by the time we finished, we've got this passage now enshrined in the church's basic teachings. So, and I'm quite sure it was deliberately done, and I'm quite sure it had terrific political motivation, because Neil Wilson knew what was coming down the line on the other side. He got Des Ford writing this document. He got this meeting that was going to come up in Glacier View. What he really needed was something of authority he could take there to trumpet.
And this is what you're saying was the number 17 fundamental that had been inserted
fundamental
in 1980.
Yes, in 1980. Yes.
Before Glacier View.
Before Glacier View.
Oh wow.
There it was. It was put in at that General Conference session, and it didn't exist before. They talked about spiritual gifts, but spiritual gifts can mean lots of things.
Yeah.
But when it came round here, we now had a fundamental sitting in the church that had never been there before. It effectively elevated her to a place of authority. And it's significant also that that in Glacier View itself, they had a paper arrived on the scene that they'd actually devised a paper of Ellen White's theological authority, which was there as well. So in a way, what they were saying was, that it's all very well Des arriving with his book. His book is largely based on the idea of the Bible. Des went there with a book. The reference point was sola scriptura, but he was before a gentleman who effectively was saying that here in Article 17 we have the means by which we can actually judge your document. And really and truthfully, when it comes down to it, he was doomed, I think, before he even went there. But the fact is, when he arrived and he put this that he got all together, Richard Hamill presided over make sure he got all the information he needed, and it did go through a bit of a committee apparently. Whether they said anything or not is in dispute. But the fact of the matter is that this document was made, and this document was very, very clear about everything, and it went down to be read. And in a way, when he arrived at Glacier View, although you could read through Wilson's opening statements about it had to be open and fair and all the rest of it, quite frankly, he knew this was never going to be seriously open and fair. If you see the way in which the committee had been weighted, Cottrell tells us that 24% of the 155 were actually, of the 115, were actually biblical scholars. The rest were administrators. The rest were conference presidents and the like, and division presidents. Well, come on. I mean, if he was really going to be fair with this, he should have handed over to the theological fraternity and said, I want a view of it. And whatever you say, we'll consider and do. That's what Figueroa would have done.
Yeah.
But not Leo Wilson. No way. The church institution was paramount. The raison d'etre at the center of the church had to be protected at all cost, and Ellen White could protect it, but not the Bible.
Sorry, go ahead.
And really and truthfully, the great tragedy of this was a crossroads. This was a serious watershed. And really, when you come to think of it, there's his document, the reference points for his document were not the reference points that the others were using. Certainly Wilson wasn't using. And so it was inevitable that somebody would break. The fact that they got a consensus document there, which actually he could work to, they did work towards it, and they did work towards this document. Believe it or not, areas of it were taken on board inside the consensus. But then came this 10-point thing, which had been devised in the middle of everything. And it's that was used, and no one had seen it. Cottrell says they never saw it, they never voted on it. It was a shock to them when it appeared. It's
like Neil Wilson had an idea of what he wanted, what the end game was, and people kept trying to kind of stop it happening. But he was able to head them off at the pass at every chance he got. I want to come back to the 10-point plan, but I just wanted to say something about watching the Autumn Council recently, where Ted Wilson, who also has an idea of what he wants and is, I think, very clever at kind of politically maneuvering in a way that you can't quite pinpoint, but he said at one point in the Autumn Council, well, you voted it in last year. So
that's it. Oh yeah.
As if it was not in any way something that he had been lobbying for. And I think his father might have done some similar kind of lobbying.
Oh, his father, he's like father, like son. It's no doubt about it. And also, I mean, I met Neil Wilson. Neil Wilson came to the BUC session in 1981. He was trying to get his brother-in-law put in as BUC president. We didn't know he was his brother-in-law, but that's amounted to it. And and he got up to talk about Harold Calkins in glowing terms. And I was listening to this man and watching him, and I said to my friend, there's a family friend who brought me up. He was a retired minister. I said to him after listening to Neil, I said, you can see what happened at Glacier View. You can see exactly what happened to Glacier View. And but basically, it seems to be that what they did was they pulled together a document whereby he wanted to know where the document disagreed with church orthodoxy.
And I think he used the 6 people on that panel, or the 5 plus the chairman. What are your thoughts on that?
I think he did as well. I don't think I'm given the impression they actually didn't know why he wanted this. Just did it as an exercise because he asked for it. So they sat down, they did it, and they gave it to him. They had no idea how he was going to use this.
It was fascinating hearing Dr. Young's memory of the being drawn aside, asked to do the committee, and it's all in the space of the week when Glacier View is going on.
Was indeed. Yes, it was.
Like, to me, if you were running a fair operation, you'd say, right, we've got the consensus document, let's run with that. Des was happy with that.
Oh, no.
He wanted it to end, didn't he?
Yeah, the consensus document. No. Keith Parmenter wanted Des out.
And was he under pressure from the concerned brethren here in Australia?
I'm quite sure he was. Oh yeah, quite sure he was, and he hadn't got the means by which to tell them to clear off.
Was he under pressure, or did he also agree with them?
I think he probably both, a bit of both.
Right.
A bit of both. I think that if you'd asked Keith Parmenter to give you an understanding of how he saw Adventist theology, he'd probably repeat, Ellen White and all the rest of it. But the trouble was, and that's that, because it's interesting that in his letter to Des, in which he told him he wasn't going to allow him to return to Avondale. He writes a whole section in it criticizing him for going around preaching about righteous by faith and telling everybody that in fact they can't keep the law and they're all sinners. And Des replies to this. Des actually replies to this, and he quotes, because Des thought, of course, very highly of Ellen White, and his document is sprinkled with quotes from her. But he actually wrote back a letter in which he quoted from a statement made by her in 1890. This is probably why she was bundled off to the colonies, your part of the world, because she said that righteousness by faith, justification by faith, she said, I'm impressed. This must be taught inside the church. And this was a statement made. Now, we know in the 1890s, I was hearing that she actually stood in front of ministers and said this and got barracked.
Wow.
So she was, they saw her in the end, the General Conference saw her as a thumping nuisance. And when she got to Australia, she wouldn't go back. She stayed there for 9 years.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is,
lived literally probably 2 stones throw from where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, well, she was, and she refused to go back, but she was causing a lot of trouble for them. And in some respects, despite all the errors that she produced and the stuff that she produced that's not biblical and all the rest of it, despite that, in some respects, she was probably the most dangerous woman in the church.
She certainly wouldn't be supportive of the compliance document.
No, no, she closed them down. She closed them down. She demanded his resignation. And she closed down the White Estate as unfit for purpose. And the fact is that he quotes from her about this in order to support the fact that, look, I'm doing no more than what's written in Scripture. And by the way, she had come to this herself, and this is what she wrote in 1890. And of course, it didn't do any good. But he still didn't go back to Avondale. And then came the tape. But when we get to I think we get to Glacier View. When we get to Glacier View, there's no doubt to my mind, if you read the account, and it's something which Cottrell says in his account, and this is the only account that I really approve of, because I'll tell you what happened to me when I actually read this document. When I read the document right the way through and annotated it, I realized I had a shocking thought, and the shocking thought was that the ministry account had lied. That really shook me. That in fact, either this was not the document they had in front of me, or the ministry account had given misinformation and had lied. And I discovered later that Spangler actually went ill while he was editing this edition because he knew they were telling untruths to us all. And he later on apologized to Des. Des told us that Spangler eventually at some point actually apologized to him for what they'd written in the ministry. But of course it was too late, and this was years later. Now, this is what Cottrell says about Glacier View. And this really does sum up the problem. He says this, and I'm going to read it to you so that you don't know I'm not making this up. From a hermeneutical point of view, the basic flaw in our thinking at Glacier View lay in assuming the traditional Adventist interpretation of Daniel 8:14 and Hebrews 9 as the norm for measuring Ford's position paper. With this as our norm, it was inevitable that we could find his position defective. But if we had been willing and able to let the Bible itself and the Bible alone serve as our norm, we would have come to a somewhat different conclusion. This means that the document was based on a biblical approach, but it was never judged by a proper biblical approach. That's what he's saying. And he also goes down here, he says this, the thinking of the majority at Glacier View, Adventist tradition was the norm for interpreting the Bible rather than the Bible for tradition. So in other words, we have a situation where effectively we're in the same thing as Huss was in. Huss judged me wrong by scripture. Answer comes back in 1415, you know what the church teaches, knuckle down to it or else. And Glacier View, that was his Glacier View. Glacier View repeated in principle exactly the same that was said to Wycliffe, Huss, Luther, and certainly to Cranmer and Wrigley, that they're really quite the same thing all the way through, that the institution stood up and said, this is what we teach and we're not tolerating this, even if you can show it's coming from scripture. And really and truthfully, the great sadness, I was writing an email today to Jill, and I said the great sadness at Glacier View was not that Des in the end was sort of had to hand in his credentials and all the rest of it, because he refused to acknowledge, he refused to sign the 10-point document, and he refused to do that. Now, as bad as that was, the real tragedy at Glacier View was that the Bible lost the argument. The Bible lost the argument. And this is supposedly the base on which our church was based, has lost the argument over a crucial issue inside the church, which needed serious attention. And the New Testament, and when you look at it from that viewpoint, you begin to realize it meant that the apostolic charisma that runs through the New Testament lost the argument. Jesus, in what he said in the Gospels, in areas of salvation and judgment, lost the argument. No wonder, I think something died in Adventism at Glacier View, and I believe that the light has been dimming and dimming ever since inside the Adventist church, which is why eventually we end up now with a terrible darkness inside the church, which I'm finding very difficult, and which is almost unable to counter. We don't seem to have anybody on the evangelical biblical side that is standing up any longer and actually turning around and saying, we should put a stop to this. There are individuals, yes, inside the Adventist community. I meet lovely Christians. The church is stuffed with these beautiful Christians, and I meet them in the Adventist Christian Fellowship. They know there's something wrong with the church, but they can't put their finger on it. And they haven't got enough knowledge to be able to really do anything.
And I've been shocked by how silent those that do know on the progressive liberal side are.
Yes. That nothing, absolutely nothing. It's all but gone. It's incredible.
There was a moment there and where Jan Paulsen was president, and I think people felt that, yep, I was often told as a young person, it's changing, hang in there, it's changing.
Yes.
And there was a moment at the Autumn Council, the Tuesday session, which I encourage everyone to. I watched it 4 times. It's about 2.5 hours long. But there's a moment where Jan Paulsen is pleading with the committee to reverse this document.
Yeah.
And literally Ted Wilson's reply, after keeping him to his 2-minute talk, here's this great man almost reduced to tears, and Ted Wilson just says, well, you know, you guys voted it in. And often he would listen to people's comments, heartfelt comments, and say, okay, thank you for your thoughts. Mic number 5 now, please. And it was just discouraging to see.
Oh.
But here's what surprises me, right? I'm a layperson, muso, no nothing. I just am fascinated by this and was very much in love with the Adventist Church when I was growing up. I could see this coming. I've always said there's 2 churches in one. Why do they continue to be positive that it's going to change?
Can't change. It really can't. I mean, I was taught by Jan, and in many respects, Jan is a great man. He really is. In many respects, and he. But I was absolutely shocked when I heard that he was booed in the you know. I mean, what do you do with that? It's an outrage. You know, I was absolutely outraged when I heard it, that they would boo my teacher, and a man of such tremendous respect, that we respected as a teacher and as a person. But the thing is, and that's that he tried with the creation issue. You know, we had these 2 years that he attempted to deal with another pot of worms, which was the issue of creation, which has been rumbling along since Macready Price filed a heresy suit against Clark for changing his views on geology back in the 1950s. That's because Clark, of course, went off and actually did some field work, which Macready Price never did. He just wrote books about books, as has always been the doing of him. And there is when they set up the Science Institute, the Geoscience Institute, it was set up again with the mandate to find the truth wherever it is, whether you have it. You've got men in there like Hare and Ritland who were, you know, they were top flying geologists and all the rest of it. What we needed was a form of creationism which actually acknowledged the fact that things were older than we thought. We needed a form of creationism that could actually answer the problems, that was credible for a world outside. Now we haven't got that. And it's very revealing, isn't it, that the statement, they did the same, by the way, they did the same at the Denver plenary session. A group of them huddled off into a back room, and they put together a statement that they believed everybody should be voting on. And they wouldn't vote on it. They flatly refused to vote on it because it didn't reflect the feeling of the floor. And yet that statement has become now the statement in the fundamentals. You know, it's almost as if, you know, you just let them have their day in court, and then we'll get back to square one.
At the number 28.
I know it was quite a raw. Yeah, absolutely impossible situation to be in. So you cannot progress. Ever since Glacier View, the church has been in theological lockdown. It's been in, you cannot, we're not in a progressive church anymore. We're like a narrowboat caught in a lock system. And the key is held by those who hold Ellen White. And as long as they hold the key, this church is going to go nowhere. It cannot progress. And it's absolutely astonishing, because you look at things that she said. I was reading something in Roy Ingram's book where he was quoting from her, because he was looking at the DARCOM responses to all this, and showing how fallacious they are, and he actually quoted from her where she actually says, you know, when the church starts to get conservative and all the rest of it, the first thing it does is to discourage personal Bible study. It actually reaches a point where the institution decides what's true and false in the light of Scripture, and you just knuckle down to it. And actually, that is in one of the documents that passed through the autumn session in, I think, 1982, and it was again put out in 1988. It actually says that. This is the document they used to sack ministers and theologians. And it says, only the church in session can decide what's true and false in the light of Scripture. It's an astonishing statement to make. And she was saying, when it gets like this, then the church members in the end, they don't know what they're reading. They don't know. They're cut off from things, and they don't even know who they're worshipping. And he said, this is what happens inside the church. Well, if she was around today, she'd certainly see that.
How ironic that the woman they hold on a pedestal, they won't listen to.
Absolutely ironic. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. I find it. The irony is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you either cry over it, or I don't know what to do, because I do not know. Really and truthfully, I think that we have no voices coming from the left, as it were, or from the liberal wing. The churches will gather themselves together and grumble, and they will believe what they will believe about things, but they don't feel the necessity to sort of counter anything.
Dr. Johnson was saying the other day in the interview that he feels hope because places like PUC and in the North American division, that they can almost kind of hold the leadership accountable. What did you think about that comment? I think they have very much power at all.
Yeah, it may sound cynical. I could be wrong. I know it may sound cynical, but I actually believe that they'll leave California alone as long as it's the main putting money into the system. It's California is a very rich state, and Adventists there really do hold the money bags.
But I thought they would have. I would have thought if
you leave it alone.
I would have thought if they were going to be clever about speaking up to keep their PUC or the California bubble going, that they would have threatened withdrawal of money before the Autumn Council, before the compliance document. That's when you start saying, hey, if you go down this path, we're removing our money. But they didn't. Yeah, so wouldn't it be an idle threat now to say we're going to remove our money? It's too late.
Yeah, well, it would now, because they voted it in.
Yeah,
they voted in these. I mean, we have we have a president. We have a president in charge of the church. We're in the 21st century. We have a president in charge of the church who is practicing, in my view, what I call spiritual misogyny. In the fact that he doesn't recognize women in ministry. He doesn't even recognize the president of the California, one of the Californian conferences, because she's a woman. I mean, this is absurd. You end up with an idea the idea the Holy Spirit will never call women to ministry. Well, I've got news to him, because it isn't true. The Holy Spirit when it fell in Pentecost, fell on male, female, young, old, the lot.
Yeah.
It didn't fall on just a couple of people. There is absolutely no reason why we cannot have a ministry of women inside the church, a proper ministry of women inside the church. And I had a female pastor, and she was one of the most wonderful pastors I'd ever worked with as an elder. So as far as I was concerned, she really tried to get things going. So as far as I'm concerned, my experience of women ministers is certainly not negative. No. And when I hear this, it's really absolutely disgraceful, because if you believe that there is no Jew, there is no Gentile, there is no male or female, there is no slave, bond or free, all of society, all are one in Christ. If you really believe that, and that Christ is the head of the church, and he is the spouse, we are the bride, both men and women belong to the bride, which is the church. If you really hear that, then the idea that you can think that you have got a veto over the function of the Holy Spirit is the height of arrogance.
Yeah.
And it's also the height of apostasy. It really is.
Particularly that it's one of the most beautiful facets of the gospel.
Absolutely. We're all one in Christ. We're all part of his seed. And it's interesting. I mean, when you read in Timothy and you come up against Chloe, it's Chloe, isn't it? That's in there. It's obvious that she's got a real role in there, and it's nobody's about it. And also when you look at the Judge Deborah, you know, when the men weren't all sitting, oh, we've got a woman in charge of us. Whatever. She was called of the Spirit of the Lord, and she saved that part of Israel from the Canaanites and from Sisera. And you know, here we are, well, sitting here saying God doesn't call women. Well, you just look at the Bible. Sorry.
Well, they'll say that yes, we can call women, but they're just not allowed to be ordained, which then holds them out of positions of highest authority.
Well, I mean, ordination for a start is a red herring because there's no ordination in the Bible.
I know, but it's
nothing at all. This is something
used as a weapon.
This is something that Ignatius said they should do to priests, to people in the same way as they used to ordain people that entered the Roman Senate.
Yeah.
And that's where it came from.
Used as
so
a
he
divider.
ended up with it's two class of people inside the church, one telling the other what to do. We're back to the same problem. If you understand the church properly, as indeed understood in the New Testament, the church in the New Testament is the ecclesia. The ecclesia means called out ones. That's what it literally means. And it originally comes from those who were voted in to run the city-states. But it was picked up in the New Testament and used in a very widest sense. Inside the ecclesia, which is the church, which is the called out ones of Christ, the community of Christ, under his blood, under his righteousness, you have priests, a community of priests and a community of prophets. They are one and the same. Everybody is a priest and everybody is a prophet in Christ. The term spirit of prophecy is used in Revelation 19:10. Has nothing to do with somebody who lived between 1827 and 1915. It has all to do with the fact that this is how the church gets its ability to be able to say Christ is Lord, to be able to say here is the resurrected one. The whole thing flows through the Spirit, through the Parakletos. So anybody who stands up and declares that Jesus is Lord is following the testimony of the Lord and the spirit of prophecy. And if you understand it in this widest sense of the Parakletos, remember the Parakletos testifies to Jesus also within the church, and the Parakletos also, the Holy Spirit, also is a comforter, but he also intercedes for you. And we got this idea, you know, Jesus stops interceding, that's it, bang, nothing happens. But the Spirit is with the church. The Spirit never leaves the church. The Spirit carries on interceding for the church. It must do. It's one of its functions. And when you look at it very carefully, you know, if the model is Noah ended up in the ark. But the Spirit, you know, you've got a remnant community here modeled, as it were. And you've got a world outside that's rejected the gospel, rejected his message. When he went into the ark, when the door was mercy was shut behind him, he couldn't get out and they couldn't get in. But he was safe inside before the waters started pouring out. He was safe. It's the same with the church. It's the model. As in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man comes. The same thing. The church is safe because it's standing under the blood, just like Israel stood under the blood as the angel of death went over in Passover. As long as Israel stayed put under the blood, it was safe. It's the same with the church. And if you and really and truthfully, people don't see the Bible's full of micro models. They don't seem to be able to see the connection of the micro models right the way across the Bible that picks all these things up and showing us exactly where we stand in this respect. And all this business with women, it all comes about. It really is a form of 19th century, and that's where he wants to put the church. Of course, you know, they all wore beards, didn't they? I think it was what was it? They all wore beards. They went to Battle Creek while he tried to get this non-compliancy document through. He was appealing to the church and the pioneers, all the rest of it. It's the one that, you know.
And he didn't try. He succeeded.
Then he succeeded. Yeah, he did. He absolutely succeeded. And then he stood in 19th century costume in the White's old house, I think, deliberating in there. This church has gone back right the way back to the 19th century, and for me, that's where it needs. That's not where it needs to be. For me, it needs to be asking the question, and this really moves from Glacier View, because what are we going to do with the dark church? And the answer is quite simple. We need to go back to ask the question of the Reformation, because I believe in the Adventist Church. We need a 16th century type Reformation. I think we really do.
Did they have the opportunity at Glacier View for that and then shot the chance with a cannon?
They shot their chance. They shot their chance. And that's what we need. We need this. And what we need to do is to ask the question of the Reformation. And the question of the Reformation was this: what was the faith that was given to the Gentiles? That was the question that they asked. Because when they looked at the church, they couldn't see it. And ultimately, and you know, it started with the gospel. They got the gospel right first. That's the first thing that they managed to do. It took them another 46 years before the entire apostolic faith was recovered. And it wasn't recovered in one church. It was covered in bits. The one thing that the Adventist Church could have done, but probably because of the backgrounds of those who were originally in it, it was very difficult. But we certainly should think seriously about it, is this: if the truths that are in the Adventist Church, we got rid of the reeds and we straightened all that up, and we went back and we started to ask the question, what is the function of the church? The function of the church is to make people disciples of Jesus. That's what it is. Disciples of Jesus, discipleship. And ultimately, therefore, you are a disciple of Jesus, and you are following what he taught us and what he did, believing in what he did with the Spirit-led church, a gospel-led church, everything flowing through the church from the center, which is the full of light. He is the light of men. And ultimately, when you do that, and when people realize that they can have a living relationship with the Lord, you won't have trouble with your youth walking out for a start. They've got something now to really hold on to that's true and central. And the fact also is, therefore, that really truth, we need to go back and look at it. And what we really need is to get that what is sound in Adventism. We need to look at the whole thing about the Adventist Church, all the things that we teach, bring them all under Scripture, the whole thing under Scripture, because potentially, I'll tell you, I've been around quite a few churches. I had for some time I had a professional relationship with 4 Pentecostal churches, all from America. And do you know something? They all believed they were in Revelation. They all believed that they were the remnant of God. They all believed that everybody else was going to put the boot into them at the end of time. They all believed they were circling the wagons. They all believed the and I was reading this stuff in their documents, because I had to unitize their Sunday school books, and it was all in there. And I was sitting reading this stuff, and it was incredibly familiar to me. And I suddenly realized this is coming from the American psyche. The American psyche, they have to be in prophecy. They have to be the light on the hill. They have to be, it comes from Manifest Destiny, I'm quite sure of it. The whole issue here has infected the way in which these churches see themselves. And you get JWs at the door, and they're from America. They do exactly the same thing to you. And, you know, I realized all this through this, and there wasn't a single, tell you, their preachers would stand in the pulpit and deliver loads of advice. Not a single gospel. None of them had the gospel. None of them. Here they were. How to live, how to be. Get yourself ready for the end. This is what that's what we're getting. We need to be perfect. But talk about perfection as you think, you know, we got problems with it. These churches have problems with it. And I you know, I realized that, my goodness, dear. I suddenly realized that, you know, Adventism, it was a relief to get back to the Adventist Church. I tell you, after going through all this stuff, really it was. And yet I also realized this, within Adventism, there's so much greatness there. There's so much scholarship there. There's so much, you know, as in 1919, it was the first time the scholars got round the table, and they were going to find out, how do you deal with modernism in theology? How do you deal with the world, the post-Great War world? That's what 1990 was basically about, dealing with it. And they insisted, we must have scholars in the church who can read Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic. They can go back to the primary sources, read them in the original languages, and defend the Christian faith. Daniel's got all the ministers around him, and he said, you must preach Jesus Christ. We must raise up the Bible and Jesus Christ in the middle of the church. That is your function. We're going to become not a backwood in church, not just grumbling about the rest. We're going to be a church that has proper scholarship, proper knowledge, and everything else. And really and truthfully, that was a remarkable thing to do. And all of this is in there. If we manage to get rid of the weeds inside Adventism, and we put the gospel properly in the middle and all these things, you realize that the Adventist church could be the soundest church in Christendom, or as sound as we could get it this side of the second coming. Potentially it could be, but it won't be. It's decided not to be.
Powerful stuff.
And that is really sad.
Yeah.
Really sad.
When I was talking to John Godfrey the other night, and he was talking about how they had many, many creative options. They could have followed different paths at Glacier View.
Yes, I heard him.
To fix the problem. And he imagined and envisaged a church that had Des Ford within it right up until, sadly, he passed recently.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing that from you too, the powerful beauty of what could have been that was lost.
Yeah, we'd have to have a new communion, Peter.
Why is it?
We'd have to form a new communion. And
Yes.
Stoker people say, well, John, you're preaching schism. We've got schism. We've had schism theologically for years.
Yeah.
We know that there are 8 groups. There have been 8 separate groups identified inside Adventism.
Yeah.
And they all think differently.
But here's the thing. Imagine, I used to see myself as a young person. I was hanging in there. Things are going to change. There's 2 generations, 3 generations below me now that are young Adventists.
Yeah.
And no one seems to be fighting for them to grasp this passion that you speak of. And the people that have knowledge are retiring and dying.
Yeah.
And the system of the church is moving in a way that is more in line with the Neil Wilson template that you were speaking of.
Yeah, that's
than
right.
the was it the Fuga? How do you pronounce his name? The Figura.
And not like Figure.
Figura, where he was setting up
opposite the Figure.
the other, where those the minutes went missing. I challenge viewers to try and find that. But so my thought is, if something isn't done now, it's the kids that are coming up that are going to just really miss out. And I just noticed a question that one of the Darren Pratt posted, who's actually my neighbour, who I could literally throw this guitar capo and hit him on the head over the fence. He said, do you think there can be an end or a release of this theological lockdown? For me, I see that there's been these 2 arms just constantly intertwined and fighting since whenever. You've mentioned 4 big crises. But when are people going to go, this is not going to change?
No, there's the Glacier View, these 2 authorities that were there collided. That's what happened. They collided. And the biblical lost. Now, the only thing to do, at the church I'm in, which is quite theologically, it's much more, it's on the liberal, on the evangelical wing. A lot of them are. They asked me if I would take the youth for a question and answer session. And what has happened is they can ask questions and I answer, but at the same time, when I'm up there, we look at things, and I have been able then to actually talk to them about how they're saved I've been able to talk to them about the gospel, and I've been able to talk to them about these things in my session.
But on a global setting,
and we've
unless
kept,
they're all coming into these nice places where
yeah,
they can hear the news, you're just
it's
bringing
Dr.
them in and encouraging them to stay within something that's always going to be walking with a limp.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this is just keeping. This is a containment of keeping the youth inside this particular church, and nearly all of them have been baptized on the grounds of faith, because we don't use the card. The card ended up in the bin. We don't have these so-called the baptismal vows and all that nonsense. We put that in the bin. The only thing that we require of them is that they believe that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, and that they wish to communicate that. That's all we require. And we we go literally we go through all the other things, but that's basically what is required. And as a result of that, we've had people baptized inside the church where I am that would never have been baptized in other Adventist churches. And the result is, we can see there is.
What's the point of bringing people into a lifeboat when the main ship is still heading towards the Titanic?
Yeah, well, this is my argument. This is my argument all the way around, has been with them, that I just don't know the answer to it, Peter, because I feel totally disenfranchised. I mean, I'm sitting here, as one of the elders said to me. Look, he said, the main church, whatever the main church does, we've got to make sure that we're safe here. We know the thing here, because you go to the other churches in the UK, and they're all very similar in terms of that they all imbibe this form of Adventism. It's being taught through the church materials. I'm seeing youth come up talking about Ellen White and talking about this, that, and the other, and you're sitting there just shaking your head, and really at the end of the day, it's almost as if we're up against a tsunami of darkness. And you feel like a single or two or three people standing on the shore with holding your hand up.
Yes, yeah.
That's what it feels like. And in the end, the only person that can really surf this out, to me, is the Lord. It really is. Eventually, the Titanic will hit the iceberg. Eventually something will happen, and then it's going to need a lot of people around who know the gospel and know these things to try to bandage a lot of wounded people. Because unless a group of us get together and literally form another communion, taking in all the good things, everything that's good, and putting the thing right in that communion, I just cannot see how the present church can actually rescue itself.
No.
I'll tell you something, I stood in front of the biblical committee, the BUC biblical committee, for 5.5 hours. I went down there to discuss my objections to 1844. They wouldn't discuss it with me, but they discussed some of my other papers. In the afternoon, we had a real bust up over the way of looking at prophecy. And I concluded that the church was unreformable, absolutely unreformable. If you've got a situation where one of them sat and told me to my face that the only reason for the Adventist Church's existence is its interpretation of prophecy, and I almost said to him, I didn't quite, but I almost said to him, in that case, it wasn't worth being in. Because what happens when you move through an exegetical understanding of the book of Revelation and Daniel, and you realize that these interpretations of prophecy are not what they're made out to be? What do you do then? You've got no church left. It's absolutely impossible. And in the end, of course, you realize that one of the reasons why they really got at me was because I was showing there was no prophetic pathway to the Adventist Church in Scripture. And there's no prophetic pathway to any of these other churches that claim it either in Scripture. What is in Scripture is an understanding of the church throughout the ages, an understanding of every generation as a remnant of Christ. And the last remnant is the one that sees the second coming. It's living at the time. What it also shows is that the church is battered and bashed. It's always in tribulation. They're looking for this great tribulation in the future. Well, you go to northern Nigeria. You go to northern Nigeria, where Christians in there are being battered to death by Boko Haram, and ask them if they're going through the great tribulation. They certainly are. Half the Christians that are murdered in the world each year are killed by Boko Haram. And it is a fact is the Christian community of Christ is under pressure in two ways from the devil. It's first of all, it's under pressure physically, and it's under pressure psychologically and philosophically. The church has managed to deal with it with a hammer. If someone's coming at you with a hammer, you know where you are. But what happens when you're inside a fog? And the devil puts the church into a fog. And at the moment, as far as I can see, the church is in a complete fog, and it's getting darker and darker. And you know, the second beast of Revelation, which is not America, it's not America. The second beast of Revelation is actually it's the counterfeit of the true Lamb. And at the moment, and he enwraps the church in all this. And at the moment, as far as I'm concerned, he's well ensconced inside the center of the Adventist church, which is why we can't see any shifting. And it's immensely sad that they come along and they say, oh, that the beast is Rome. No, it's ended up in you, and you haven't seen it. You're looking elsewhere. You're waiting for all these Sunday laws. You're waiting for the Pope to make statements. Even the Pope is being stupid because he had an agreement with the Mufti of Islam to say that there'll be no more war between Christians and Muslims. And three suicide bombers walk into 3 Catholic churches in Sri Lanka and blow the congregation to bits after he signed it. That should tell you something. No. We've got to look seriously at our church. And we've got to realize that the only hope for the Adventist church is to come back to Jesus. The only hope for the Adventist is to come back to the gospel that he taught, and to the New Testament properly.
When you say that, and it's agreed by everyone watching, come back to Jesus. Bill said the one project, he's very supportive of that. Jesus is the focus. But the problem is that if we know that, we have that in our personal lives, we have that in our small groups that we gather in Andrews and Avondale and your church and some parts of North New South Wales Conference, and we have that, and that's the focus. But that then blinds us from, and kind of exonerates us from taking action. And if my feeling is that we're looking for the answer, if the Lord is the answer and provides the way, he was giving hints in 1888, he was giving hints in 1903, he was giving hints in 1919, he was giving hints at Glacier View that this needs to be acted on. And everyone fights and then goes, hey, but Jesus is the way, Jesus is the one, and okay, and it kind of softens the debate, because we don't want to say, of course, that's right, he is, and we kind of go on and clap and sing again. And
no, we can't do that. We can't do that, Peter. We've got to be as robust as people like Wycliffe were.
Yeah, this is about the kids.
we've got to be very clear about this. I have written in opinion. I wrote about this constantly. The fact that we need to really take the church on. And unfortunately, I'm now 72. I've been preaching the gospel inside the church and holding Christ inside the church now for years in my preaching, because he told me to, and I will do it till I am dust, or they pick me up and throw me out on the street. But the fact of the matter is that we need enough people to be able to seriously take this on, and to be able to somehow get it into the churches. The problem is the membership. I mean, if you look at all the things that have been done, every time we've had a piece of progression, what's blocked? What happened in 1919? Washburn and Holmes blocked it. Washburn and Holmes, with their personal campaign against Daniels, they called the whole thing the Diet of Doubts, and they removed them from office and put someone else in there that would do what they wanted. This is the laity. This is people from the pew like me arriving at a general conference session and putting a stop to things. It's exactly the same with when Pearson was put in power. It's exactly the same thing. It was a reaction to what Figueroa was doing. So really, if you want to deal with this at all, it has to be dealt with at a level within the members where they realize there's something up, and they really have a concerted effort to say, this we will not stand. We will go to a general conversation and we will stop this.
But here's what I'm seeing as I said, a muso layperson. Before the women's ordination vote, I'm chatting to some young pastors and young people, and I just knew it was going to be a no vote. And I said, it's going to be no. No, of course, no. We're moving forward. The change is coming. Okay, what happened? So then next minute, we're talking about the compliance document. No, it's never going to happen. Things are changing, Pete. It's coming. We're really excited. What happened? Compliance document voted in. Next minute, I said, there's going to be warnings and sanctions coming now. No, we focus on Jesus and we're feeling really good. If you knew what we know behind the scenes, it's changing. Bang, 6 unions warned. Next minute, I'm saying, maybe you guys need to start to action, Well, we're in California, we've got the money, we could withdraw it. Too late. That's not going to happen now either. Yeah. So when Ted Wilson gets in 2020 this year, later in the year again, or one of his people, what are people going to say then? When are people going to say, look, actually, I want the church that we saw in that 1,000-page document that has the true gospel, the understanding of the Bible, the righteousness by faith, and then instead of walking and staying within a limp church, to fire up and set the world on alight. What is going to happen to make people realize that it is not going to change? Because it's demonstrably not changing. Yeah, demonstrably not changing.
It's not going to change because its interests are put somewhere else. Its interests are not really in the gospel. Its interests are in those weeds. Its interests are in the power of the white estate. Till we diminish the power of the white estate, nothing's going to change. I actually think that the white estate has inflicted upon the church a psychological fraud of immense dimensions, and that until this is brought back to where it should be, to where certainly those who were sitting in the 1919 Bible Conference saw her and her writings, because actually the General Conference in 1915 didn't want to actually publish any of her works. You know that? I was amazed to read that. They actually didn't want to publish any of her works after she died.
Wow.
And I think that I honestly think that the only answer to it is to really have a lay revolt, and we're not going to get a lay revolt if they're going to just sit down there and say, well, I believe in Jesus, and really shouldn't we be nice? Well, no, I'm afraid not. When Wycliffe stood in front of Courtney, he took Courtney to the cleaners. And although they burnt Huss made his stand. And as for Luther at Worms, I mean, what to do with Luther?
Nailed it to the door.
To the door. He debated with Eck. He arrived at Worms. The only reason he escaped being burnt, I think, was because the emperor kept his word. But the fact of the matter is, and that's that, we do need some tough people here. Yes. Tough talking, and really and truthfully, I know what needs to be done. The problem is, I'm not sure we've got the troops to do it.
We haven't.
That's
the bottom line. The baby boomers are retiring and dying off,
dying off.
And the baby boomers had the power and the chance to change.
Yeah, they've
and it
changed.
hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed.
And their numbers are diminishing.
We've failed you.
No,
We baby boomers have failed you.
I'm a baby
alas,
buster.
alas, alas. But yeah,
no.
it's
No, I don't want to cast aspersion on any generation, but I'm just purely meaning if you're looking at it as a numbers game, the baby boomers had the numbers are less and less and less, and 6 unions were just warned, and if they continue to operate the way they are, when is California going to say, well, we're going to remove the money? When are they going to do that? And if they don't,
well, I think they should be very careful about Europe, because because the Europeans are now getting to a point where they're wondering whether they should stay or not.
Yeah.
I think you'll eventually find we'll end up with a massive schism.
Well, there has to be something happen.
Maybe that you know, it all depends. I mean, Neil Wilson, after Glacier View, there's two things. There's one thing that's imputed. He said this. He said, one word from the prophet and all the thoughts of the theologians count for nothing. That's apparently what he said. And the other thing is this, and that's that he was quite willing to get rid of 70,000 members. And he made that quite clear that you know, if you've got all these members revolting about what happened to Des and all the rest of it, the solution is quite simply, if they disappeared from the church, who would lose them out? We can go down to the third world and pick up 70,000 in Brazil or elsewhere, and they'll put up with everything, anything we tell them, they will believe, and they will do what they're told. So why should we put up with all this bullshit lot? Let's throw them out. I mean, I'm quite sure that if Ted Wilson was to look across at Europe, and there aren't very many Adventists in Europe in comparison to elsewhere in the world. We're very small beer, so who cares where they go? They
want you guys out. They want you out. They want the rebels out.
Yes, they want the rebels out. Yeah, they do. And something John Godfrey, wasn't it John Godfrey who said, someone phoned him up and he said, all the left have left.
Yes.
All the left have left.
And look, I tell you what, he left 25 years ago. I left 4 years ago, and it took. I did my best to stay. I turned over every stone. I gave Adventism the best years of my life, and I'm so fortunate that I've got my friends and family have continued to still nourish me as a friend and continue being a friend. But I just could not cope anymore with putting my name to something that was never going to act on these changes and act on these massive schisms and crises that just keep reappearing and get hidden and suppressed.
Yeah, it's never going to do it. I fear that, you know, it's like the papacy. The papacy. I mean, the papacy's answer to the Reformation was the Council of Trent, which said that righteous justification by faith was an anathema, and church teaching and the Bible and church tradition were equal. Well, we're almost there. I mean, if you think about it, they've passed they've now passed a document to be put before the General Conference, which virtually elevates Ellen White now to almost canonical status.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be anybody shouting it, and they are on Facebook, mind you. You get a lot of grumbling on Facebook, but nobody seems to be you know, maybe we've become so psychologically gaga inside the church as a result of all the bombardment and all the rest of it, that it really is. We really become dead, because at the moment the church is not Laodicea. The church is moving closer to Sardis.
Yes.
You know, you look at the letter in Sardis. It's dead, needing resuscitation. And really, apart from asking people if they would be willing to have a big lay conference or something, and we put all these around the world, from all over the world, meet and get told off for not meeting because non-constituted authority, well, they can go off with that. Yeah, and we actually do something. Until we do something of that sort of dimension, I'm afraid that this will just go on and on. We need an alternative Adventism. We need a biblical Adventism people can come into, out of this darkness. Maybe that's the way, that we need to set up something they can come into, and that they can leave all that behind and they can come into a true Adventism.
And do you know what? So what if it's loosely organized? So what if it only has 10 members? It doesn't matter. It doesn't become another big monolith. It just becomes a gathering of people that says, hey, we are not a part of that anymore. We're going to let the light shine, and we're not going to hide it under a bushel of constant politics and crisis.
Yeah, I know in my home church, we've already thought up of alternative names to call ourselves.
I tell you what, I think John Godfrey's still watching. John and I, if you get together with Dan Jackson and Norway and some others around the world and start something up, John and I might come and join it.
Well, that's right. I mean, and a lot of it, I think a lot of Adventists who have left, a lot of people who have left, all they wanted was a church that was true. So, not a church going on like this.
So here's something that I wish had happened, and I raised this with Jill the other day, and she had a very good answer for it. So I actually do understand why it didn't happen. But what are your thoughts on Good News Unlimited and why it didn't become something that people could go to with what we're speaking? Because people just left the church in droves. What if they'd all joined into that and kept fellowshipping, and churches had grown up around the world? And as I said, Jill explained it, I understand now, but what are your thoughts on that? That could have been a wonderful opportunity there, do you think?
It could have been, but I mean, from what I can gather, Des didn't really want to leave the communion. And apparently she told me there was a discussion on this at GNU. The only thing that GNU could have done, probably, or the thing it could have done, is to actually, because we had a group and we linked ourselves to GNU. Perhaps it ought to have encouraged Adventists who were really fed up to actually meet under its auspices, and it became a body you could all join and link to as groups all around the place. And you have that. But there was no leadership. Peter, there was no concerted leadership. This is something that Dennis Porter used to talk about back at Amersham. The Amersham Fellowship that Des came to. It was full of Christians like me. It was full of these, and yet at the same time, there was although they knew what they knew, nobody. How can I put it? There was nobody. None of them were able to take on the church as such. I actually worked out a credo for myself. I actually worked out what I felt we should be believing as a church. And I put it down in a series of things in a statement of belief that I could work with, and I fielded this to them for a possible discussion as to exactly what we held to, but nothing would come of it, and none of them really wanted to leave their churches. This is where the problem lies. They all felt that if they left their churches, the light would go out. Yeah, and there is this,
and they'd lose their jobs. Some of them too.
Well, most of them were retired. They didn't. They weren't employed by the church. But they felt that as laity, they needed to be in the pulpit. They needed to be speaking. They needed this. And if you throw them out, if they leave the church, then they can't speak in it anymore. And I know that Des talked about the fact that if you all walked out, all the lights had gone out the church, you leave the church in darkness. So we actually have got a cleft stick situation here, haven't we? We want to form something that's true and new and all the rest of it, and can attract all Adventists back into it again. But at the same time, I know it's a very difficult to take. I believe we should just get everybody together from around the world into a meeting somewhere and start to talk about things. And start to publish things. Yeah. I think that's what we should do, and we should invite like-minded Adventists to it. And it doesn't matter if it's a loose organization. At least we've got something in it that we can all agree on, and we can all believe, and at the center.
And I can attest to the fact that having left, the light hasn't gone out for me, and the
No,
light hasn't gone out in my friends that are still Adventists, and we still commune together and hang out and
of
have
course.
gluten steaks together and at the local
Yeah,
takeaway.
of course you do.
um, so the light doesn't have to go out. There doesn't
No,
have
it
to be a
doesn't.
schism, but there has to
No.
be a letting go.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah. I mean, although I'm a member of the church, I couldn't sign the doctrinal statements. At least there are about four or five of them that I'm in serious dispute with, and I've told my minister don't care. He
yeah,
tells me he's not bothered about this at all, because he knows that there are other members in there that don't either. They're fortunate with the minister that they've got, actually, but the thing is that if push came to shove, I would say to them quite simply, well, goodbye, because you're trying to get me to agree to something that I would never ever agree to.
can't go against your
And,
conscience.
hmm?
You can't go
and,
against your
and,
conscience.
no, can't go against your conscience. That's right, absolutely right.
I,
And we will, and if it means we lose the church building, which we would.
yeah,
And if it means we've got to form ourselves, we can hire a room together. We can
yeah,
do something like
exactly.
this. We can hire a room together.
Well, you,
There'll be enough of us to start something off, and we will invite people to it, and we will operate in such a way that we will start to ask people a question. Yes, if you really want to, if you're fed up with dust and ashes Adventism, come into where the living light of Adventism
yeah.
really is. And we need to have an alternative church. That's what we actually require.
One
And
big,
it's a question of getting there. I know we're talking about it, and it's all theoretical,
one
but
big,
it's actually getting there that's the problem.
one big mistake that people make is they feel that they have to gather around a set of beliefs, that this new church would have to define its beliefs and everyone gather around them and agree with them. My theory is that we don't gather around beliefs that we have to agree upon, because then you have congregational fighting and it's just as bad as ever.
That's true.
You just gather around food and fire and music and shared testimonies of individual beliefs that people have come to using their own brains. And I might chat to you and you might say, look, this is my belief. And I go, well, mine's a bit different to that, but we're still gathering together. I think it's a mistake to think, and I like how you said it doesn't have to be organised. It can be a loose gathering of people that just like hanging out together, and they want to spread the light in the world, the light and the love.
Yeah, the one thing that, of course, has to be very clear is that, we do have in the middle of such a thing the gospel of Christ and also who he is and what he is.
Yeah.
It has to have a serious Christian identity.
I'm suggesting that if people want to gather under the banner that you're talking about, I think don't have pastors, don't have hierarchy, don't force people to gather around a selection of beliefs that the hierarchy have determined.
No, it's not that at all.
No, you take away the authority and allow people to have their own sense of connection.
Yeah. Well, of course, if you follow, I mean, I did it to sort my own brain out. That's why I did it, and not everybody's going to agree with what I put. But I did it basically following the creedal system, which worked for me. And the only reason I fielded it forward was as a discussion document.
Oh, of course.
So that that's why it was. It wasn't you will take this or else. It was a discussion document.
That's what made me say what I said, because I know you're sharing your beliefs, your thoughts, the graciousness of what the gospel means to you, and people can listen to that and go, wow, I really resonate with that. I really like that. Or what about this point? I might disagree with that, and you can have a conversation. So
well, that's all right.
This new thing that we're talking about is going to be full of people that come forward with their ideas and their sets of principles and to be shared.
That is true. but we still, I do think we must make sure that our center is right. We must make sure that we have an identity with the Lord that saves us, and the fact of the matter is that people could sit down and around the table just like you're saying, and it's a wonderful thing to do. But you know, everybody has a different experience with the Lord, and they do, but they're all talking about the same Lord. And you know, I certainly found that when I was in a church full of people that some came from very different backgrounds to me, but they all knew, they all had this experience with the same Lord.
Oh yeah, I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm
Yeah,
saying that you
yeah,
do.
I know you.
Yeah.
And this is and actually there is inside there a certain amount of freedom by doing that.
Yeah.
But but we must make sure. I mean, what I don't want to happen and what I wouldn't want to happen, and because I know what happens to this sort of thing. Supposing you formed an alternative communion, in the end you end up with people in charge of it. You end up with, within 2 generations, you're ending up, you know, this is what John Rosier says. It's ridiculous, and you know, and things like this. We end up, yes, but he said. I mean, it's. I know when we discussed this, we did discuss this in the early 80s, and we sat down and we thought, well, what would a church look like? What really would it be like if we really got everything together and we actually formed a separate communion? And we realized probably within 2 generations, you'd be back to square one. and that really frightened us.
Just because there's problems doesn't mean you have to stay with the status quo.
No, it doesn't. Christendom, if you look at the church at the Reformation, it's split into goodness knows how many groups. What it needs really is to have a church that's got everything it requires in it. I do think that we need something that is extremely sound, but at the same time spirit driven, and at the same time driven towards and within the Lord. And while it has a main understanding of how it's saved and all that, it can function without having, you know, without getting hit with a hammer and compliance committees and all the rest of it and all this nonsense. But I don't know what shape it would take, Peter. I don't really know what shape it would actually take.
No.
But I do know this, and that's that we do need a protest movement inside the Adventist Church, and we do need something in there. And if they tell us to go, we go. And I think it's something that Adventists are going to have to think about. I really do. I think that the whole church, which is getting extremely agitated, and all these Christians that I meet, you know, the Adventist Christians, they know there's something wrong. They just don't know what to do with it. So they meet in the fellowship. We met at Amersham for years in the fellowship, still do. But we made no impression upon the church, and we're all dying off now. Half the members of the Amersham group have gone now, and you know, and I'm getting older, as you can see, and I'm no longer in the great flush of youth that I used to be.
I tell you what, though, one thing that's shone through, no matter how you are removed from the flush of youth, your passion just really shines through. And I think that's the takeaway for me tonight of all the other stuff we've talked about, and the crisis and the where do we go to from here and that kind of thing. I love meeting people that are passionate about the good things they see in something, and you've expressed that a lot tonight too.
Yeah, well, I think that the greatest, really, I was thinking about this before the interview. You know, the greatest, really, I suppose, tribute I could pay to Des, really, is that he gave us and taught Adventism at its biblical best. That's what he did. He taught it as it should have been, and he lived it. and really and truthfully, that's what he did. And I think we ought to be eternally grateful to him, really, that he did what he did and he wrote what he did. And then, despite what happened at Glacier View, he remained he remained writing, and he remained preaching, and he remained moving around doing this. And you know, I would love to be able to find a way of really building on what he did, and properly, and being able to empower people to read their Bibles. This is the other problem: empowering people to read their Bibles. The church has largely taken that away from them, using the Sabbath School pamphlet. The empowerment. We have an alternative Sabbath School at my church that doesn't do the pamphlet, and it spent 5 years going through the Minor Prophets. It spent nearly 2 years going through Hebrews, believe it or not. It spent, this is why it's such a prickly church. And there's another, and its sister church does exactly the same, and they're going through Romans at the moment, and they feel immensely empowered because they're able to do what they do, and it doesn't matter what you do. They know exactly where they are, and they're a small group, and they are a very small group. They're about 27 of them in this one church, but they feel immensely empowered. And perhaps one of the ways of doing it is to encourage the church to become members to become empowered again with their Bibles, and provoke a discussion.
Yeah, empowerment gives your life meaning and purpose. Hope.
Total. Yeah.
Gives you hope and connection with others.
Yeah.
We've hit the.
And we've got this technology.
Sorry,
my friend. We've got this technology.
We do.
This technology has now become our church in the lockdown. That's the truth of it.
Yeah.
Perhaps my cousin and I have set up. Jilly asked us, why don't you set up a global church? Why don't you set up a global church on the internet?
Yeah.
That's what she suggested, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Well,
we've already got a blog and everything going. What we're going to see if we can actually set up some form of a global church, and we can have sermons, and people can write to it, and all sorts of things, and we can put them onto the Opinion website, and all of this. And I think that could be a start, I suppose.
And what's good about this kind of social media platform is I'm noticing there's heaps of people commenting and asking questions and writing. You can later put links and write to people and just enter into the debate that will be ongoing. And as time goes by, I'm going to be putting a lot of this out on YouTube and up on the podcast, of course. But John, we've hit 2.5 hours, and I'm amazed.
Oh my goodness, that long!
How many people have stayed with us the whole time? So I want to thank everyone for staying. I'm going to get you to wrap up with a bit of an inspirational thought in a moment. So you think about something you want to leave us with thinking, while I just quickly give a plug for tomorrow, our time, 10:30 a.m. We're going to be having an interview with Dr. Ken Samples, who is a protege of Walter Martin. So that's going to be an interesting conversation. Yeah, and then at 2 o'clock, we're having an interview with Gordon Hammond. So tomorrow is going to be another full day of discussions of which I'm absolutely loving, and I'm hoping that the resource that we create here, with all the information we're chatting about, can be looked at for others, because social media, people can't take it down, they can't suppress us. It's just going to be there, and no judgment. People can say, I disagree with this, or I don't. I'm just glad that we're kind of pulling together a nice resource of interviews. So I just encourage people to join tomorrow, as I said, 10:30 for Ken Samples, and 2 o'clock with Gordon Hammond, for more interesting discussions on Glacier View and beyond and before. But I'd love if you could leave us with something inspiring, hopeful, positive.
If you look at the New Testament, and you look at the New Testament church and what it is and what it means, it is a community. It's not an institution. It's a community. And it's a community of believers in Jesus. It's a community of people who actually are disciples of his. And wherever you are in the world, whatever you do, you have because you have direct access to the throne of grace. Whether if you're on your own in a mountain or you're in a group sitting in a church, wherever you are, you belong to that community. And the thing is that Jesus liberates you. Believe me, Jesus liberates you. He doesn't hang you down. You have total relationship with him because you have direct access every time. And I would suggest that instead of people getting too depressed by all this, that they look up to realize that they have a Lord that they can contact with 24/7 without any trouble at all, and they can be with 24/7, regardless of what's happening anywhere else.
Well, that is a beautiful few sentences there to end on, John. I'd love to have you back again down the track, and I've really enjoyed this conversation with you.
Well, I've enjoyed being on it. It's the first time I've ever done this.
Really? I think your observations and your thoughts, and I'm noticing a lot of stuff you're writing on other when others been on other interviews. I just encourage you to keep doing that. I think it's fantastic. I encourage everyone to get involved with conversations during and after the interviews. But I think we're going to leave it there, and I'll look forward to catching up with you again soon, John.
Indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, goodbye, everybody. Oh.
Now, just hold on. Well, there we go. Incredible interview there, John. And I'm here with Gillian Ford as well. And my mind is blown. That was such an amazing conversation. And we're going to have a 5-minute break. And then I want to hear your thoughts on that interview. And I wrote a few things down we can recap and talk about. But so let's just have a quick 5-minute break, and then I'm going to open it up to you guys to share your thoughts on that episode number 5, season 2, 5 years ago. And thanks again to today's sponsor, Carol Platt. Amazing. I really appreciate your support, Carol, and for sponsoring that very inspiring conversation that we just had there with John from 5 years ago. So this is me now talking in 2025, if you're listening to the podcast, and I plan to be here at the 50th Glacier View retrospective. And Gillian and John, hopefully you're still going by then, and we'll have you back on. And we'll see how things have changed. So look, everybody, thank you for watching. Stick around. We're going to have a short break, and we will be back in 5 minutes to just offer some commentary on the interview we just enjoyed. See you in 5 minutes.
Love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, never be the same ever again.
Welcome back. And here we are. It's 1 a.m. in the morning here. Must be around midnight for you, Gillian. And
I'm
for
wilting.
John, I'm guessing you're wilting. I am too. I've had coffees and soup and hummus and all sorts of things. And for John, it must be getting around 3 in the afternoon. I've got no idea what it is in California. They must be all waking up and going, hang on, what's he doing a show for? But hey, we're doing a retrospective here. We're looking back at season 2, and we just watched episode 5 of season 2, which was an absolute cracker of a series. Nothing to do with me. It just happened.
He's correct on everything. The only thing he said, and it's funny, because I don't remember listening to it before, but the only thing that I remembered was that he had a detail wrong on the 10-point document. But
what was it?
Everybody gets it wrong. He said that it was never, he said it was never, I can't remember exactly what he said. It wasn't put before the scholars, or it was hidden. It was read out. And
Yeah, that's what I've sometimes been confused at too, because some people I've spoken to that were there said that it wasn't, or they were unsure.
No, I can tell you,
You
I
were
can tell you,
there
I
and
wasn't
you would
actually
know
there
more.
for the reading out of that statement because we were sent out, which is very interesting. Why would they send us out?
But it wasn't voted on,
That's
was
right.
it?
They read it out. They didn't
Yeah.
with the consensus statements. They handed it out to everybody. There were 2 of them, but they call it the consensus statement. There was the one on biblical subject and
Just in
one
2
on
parts.
Ellen White, but it was the consensus statement.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we'll just wait for John to
Okay.
come back because he might have some thoughts on that. And just again, thank you, Carol Platt, for sponsoring today. And let's find where we are here. There we go. So, yeah, John will be back in a moment. We're just waiting for him. And thank you, everyone, for watching. And yeah, in Western Australia, it's only 10 p.m. Andy, good to have you watching. And we've got A1 Alpha Matter, 7 a.m. in Cali. I'm glad you've been watching. You were up since 4, though, I think. Yeah, I'm starting to flag. You can see my hair's getting that 1 a.m. kind of look. And it's interesting, isn't it, what I was saying to you guys before, how Facebook have sent out this announcement that June 26, all the live stuff, I don't know if it's in personal pages as well, but definitely in groups, is all going to be deleted. I've already had stuff being deleted already. So it's not that they'll start then. They've already started.
So how are you going to manage?
And well, I mean, we'll still go live, but they will only keep for 30 days from now on. So anything new, already my interview I did just recently with Bill Johnson, gone. The one I did with, well, who was it? Carrie and Terry.
Well, that must be a cost-saving thing.
That's gone. Yeah, they must just be saving memory or something. But how? I mean, what's frustrating is that, you know, here we had season 2 and all the others that have got comments and people's insights and thoughts gone. They'll be gone. So I realized, boy, I've got to really step up the output of getting season 2 onto YouTube, because what if I come across 1 or 2 that haven't saved on my backup and I only can save them on Facebook? You know, so I'm trying to just stay ahead of the game and get them all done before June 26, which is going to be, I'm going to have to ramp it up instead of just 1 a week.
Yeah, that's
I'll have to do a week minimum. Because yeah, what if I go, oh, now I've written down here's such and such, oh, can't find it anywhere. Normally when that has happened, I just go back to Facebook, find it. You can save it with another app, and then I could just upload it. But what if it's gone on Facebook? What if I don't have it on a hard drive? So I'm just not frantic, but I'm going, whoa, quick, pull out all the stops, get season 2 up on YouTube where they can't touch it. So yeah, those watching, if you're wondering why I'm doing it, because someone said to me, Gillian, oh, you're still banging on about Glacier View. Well, yeah, but people forget that it's only in the private group. It's where the only place it's available. Apart from, I think we've got the first 4 or 5 up on a separate YouTube channel. Yeah, so.
Well, while we're waiting, let me just mention, I've just been working on Des's Manchester thesis. That's the last book I'm going to republish. I've done most of them. I've done 7 in the last 3 years, as well as these 9 books. So I've been very busy. And with this one, I asked John, had he read Des's thesis, and he said yes, he had. But it was published, of course, it was typed originally, and then we published it. But in those days, you typed it, and then it was reduced for printing. So not really easy to read.
Just so What's the difference between the Manchester one and the one that was divided into 3 at Glacier View, the famous nearly 1,000 words one? What's the difference between those two? Welcome back, John. Hang on a second. There we go. Yeah, what's the difference between the Manchester
I can
manuscript?
talk about this when I come back on in a couple of weeks. I can't do it next week. I've got a visitor.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Okay, the Manchester thesis. Des did 2 PhD theses. The first one was
that's nice.
I didn't do it. It might have been John.
No,
I haven't done anything to
The first one was somebody in the audience must. No, I didn't do it. The first one the PhD did was in Michigan State, and that was on the Pauline epistles. And then the second one was on the abomination of desolation. I used to call it the abomination of Des, because it created a lot of work for me. Yeah, funny. So what I've done is I've done it in 13 points at very good size for reading. And then all the foreign language, John was saying that he got to the German and he stopped. I've translated all the modern languages. I've used Google Translate, but I did do a German French major, so I've got some facility in knowing if it's in the ballpark. A bit of Latin and some Dutch, so that's all been translated. Milton has translated the Greek, and Ed Parker's working on the Hebrew for me. And then I decided I'd do an index. Well, the index is bigger than the thesis, so I've been working on that for 3 months. It's 300 pages. It's bigger than the book. So I have to decide whether to actually put it in the book or to offer it online. I just want people to know there'll be a few people who will be interested in that, because I personally think that if the church ever wants to make progress, it needs to take Des's Manchester thesis seriously, because it helps in the interpretation of prophecy, and that's the reason that I've done it.
Is the Manchester manuscript similar to the 3-book Glacier View manuscript?
No, it's not.
No crossover,
because it's a state university. There's no mention of Adventist doctrine. No.
Right. Oh, right. So the Manchester manuscript. Okay.
So essentially, now let me see if I can tell you sort of what it's about. It's looking at the term abomination of desolation, which comes from the Old Testament, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, but particularly Daniel. It comes from there. And it focuses on the Olivet Discourse. So Mark 13, which was the source of the other 2 parallel passages, Matthew 24 and Luke 21. So the source for Mark 13 is mainly Daniel. And then it goes, so there's a chapter on Daniel, then there's a chapter on Mark 13 and the other 2. And then there's a chapter on 2 Thessalonians 2. And then it goes to Revelation. So there's 6 chapters in the book. And John was mentioning before the program that he found the material on 2 Thessalonians fascinating. This was Des's contribution to knowledge. There will be some people who will want to be interested in it. And I've made it. In fact, I called Ellie tonight, Ellie Gonzalez, and found that he was at the hospital. His wife has had a hip replacement. She's quite young, which is really sad. To ask him, because he's doing a PhD on Daniel at the moment, would he like a copy of what I've done? Because I think it would be helpful to him. And anyway, I won't go on and on about that.
So can people get a copy of that now, or it's coming out?
It's got to be, it really ought to be proofed. When you do an index, especially the way I've done it, it's massive. So I'm going over every line of the thesis, which helps me. I'm reading it closely. It's pretty good.
But like you just said, if the SDA Church is to progress forward, they really need to take note of that manuscript, the Manchester manuscript.
I think so.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful.
And it shows how Paul links to Daniel. Now, anyway, I shouldn't get into this because it's a different, subject. But if you go onto Google, see, one of the problems when you start studying, like you go looking for something scholarly, people who study religion at a postgraduate level or a PhD level, they're not allowed to look at the supernatural. It's basically a religious history. So I went online to find out to see if I could find a scholar who wrote about Paul using the book of Daniel. And I found nothing, which is unusual. Anyway, Des shows how he borrows using the abomination of desolation, which is particularly a Daniel thing. I won't go into details of it, but it's very interesting. As I say, it's about how to biblically interpret prophecy. And so that's why it's important, because the church hasn't done it properly.
Yeah.
As I say, there's certain people who would be interested in it. I sent an early version before I checked it to Denny Fortang, who's at Andrews, and other people. But I will send it when it's done. Yeah. This is my gift to the church. I'm still working for them. They just don't realise it. I don't think they're grateful, but they should be.
But like many people are. Now, while we've got you on the main screen there, just ask John about that 10-point statement.
It's funny that, I can't remember. I'm sure I listened to you, because there was one point I remember that you had a slight mistake on the 10-point statement, but it was very tiny. I really thought that it was a very powerful portrayal of what happened at Glacier View. And considering you weren't there like Milton, I don't know how you did it. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you've got, and I've said this several times, but it is hard to follow. And sometimes when I say it, because I have a bit of dysphagia, so that I think I'm saying something, but something different comes out. It's very annoying. So I'm much more reliable when I'm writing. But you're looking at three statements. The first one was the Dallas statement, which was written in April 1980 at the General Conference. Now, one thing that's important to think about is the only time the church changes its doctrinal position is at a General Conference. Therefore, there was never going to be an opportunity to change at Glacier View. Now, once you understand that, you get it, because the plan was by Neil Wilson to use number 23 at the time, it's now 24, on the sanctuary. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do myself.
It's when you do a peace
You'll
sign.
put me off if you keep on sending balloons up.
It's when you do a peace sign. There's some little symbol you're doing with your hand gesture.
Okay.
Yeah. It picks up. If you do this, if I'm on the big screen, I get fireworks behind me.
So anyway, the plan, which Wilson planned with his father. Now, here's one of the frustrations. I know that Wilson's father was with Neil Wilson. This is Nathaniel Carter Wilson, who was in Australia as the division president in 1952 and left under a bit of a cloud. But he was with Neil Wilson at Dallas. But do you think a lot of those early spectrums in the 1980s are not in archives? I've had the papers, and I know that was in there. Anyway, anybody who's got those spectrums, if you want to send them to me, I'll make sure they go to the right places so that everybody can read them. Anyway, I was saying. So the decision that they made was that it was sort of happenstance that the Dallas statement was being worked on for 18 months before that. And I've said before that if you want to understand what happened with the history of the Dallas Statement, you read Larry Geraghty's article in the June 1980 Spectrum. Excellent article. And it shows how it was put together. It would go back to GC, the Andrews scholars in October 1979, the same time the forum was going on, or earlier that month. They wrote a new statement, and so then they were two, and Hackett said, when we get it back to GC, we'll do with it what we like. And Larry goes through all this. So by the time it gets to Dallas, it's been completely changed.
And this is the one that John was talking about in the Ministry magazine, that's when people realised it had been changed? That's what you're talking about?
Anyway, am I going on too much?
No,
anyway,
that's good.
So the thing about the number 23 was it was one of the last ones, and on the Friday afternoon, Larry Geraghty tells you what it was like. He wasn't satisfied with the one on the sanctuary, but they forced it through because there were people from Africa who wanted to go shopping before Sabbath, so Wilson pressurized to have it done. So anyway, the plan is that the Dallas Statement becomes the seedbed of the 10-point statement. That's what's important to understand. You know, it's done at Dallas, so it's several months, 3 or 4 months before Glacier View. So the whole idea of the 10-point statement was that 6 people, including Norm Young and Arthur Furch, Jim Londas, Bob Spangler, Herb Douglas, and there was somebody at Andrews, the Frenchman, I can't think of his name, I think it was him. They were on this committee. Neil Wilson, Norman in his talk the other day said it was on the Wednesday. Well, he should know. Another time he said it was Tuesday, but I think he's probably right. So it was done in a day, really, or a day and a half. So Wilson goes to them and he told Norm that the use of the 10-point statement was because the administrators didn't know what was going on. They couldn't understand the issues, and they wanted a short form 10-point showing where Des differed from the traditional view equals the Dallas Statement. In Neil Wilson's mind, they were the same. So they come up with this statement, which is done behind the scenes, and the excuse is to help the administrators who don't know anything. And Norman asked Des, what does he think? And Des said, better you than anybody else. So anyway, now the consensus statements were done by the group. There were, I don't know how many small groups there were. I get mixed up on the numbers, but there were groups of administrators and scholars that met, I think, on, could be Monday, or it could have been Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And they were given the set question every day. They met in the morning. Des and I were not part of Glacier View. We were told we couldn't speak on the floor, although that changed a little bit, but I wasn't allowed to say anything, not that I planned to. So these small groups, Des wasn't in there, and they met and they were given a set question, and they had a leader of the group and a treasurer and a secretary, not a treasurer, but the 3 people anyway, president, vice president, and a recorder. So they wrote down what they thought and took a vote. Then in the afternoon, there was a full assembly every afternoon until Thursday. And the people in the small groups had a speaker that stood up and presented the results, each group. So that was what the consensus statement was made from. And that
was brought out on the Friday and voted on the Friday morning.
But along the way, Bill Johnson and Fritz Guy got together and they wrote up the consensus statements from these group things. So this was the opinion of the group on a number of topics. And apparently Gerhard Hausel was also in there, but Fritz Guy knew nothing about that, so Bill must have seen him separately. So then on the Friday morning,
Yeah.
everybody meets together in the full assembly. We were there. They have a leader at the front. They hand out the consensus statements and they read it from the front. And Des is sitting there next to me and he turns to me excitedly. He says, I can live with this. By which he meant it wasn't perfect, but it had made huge advances because of Bill and Fritz. Then they asked us to leave. And as I said, you should ask yourself, why did they ask us to leave? And they told them afterwards they wanted to give Des a chance to see them when they were finished or something. All of these things were fronts. There's a real purpose behind it. So at that point, we never saw the 10-point statement. So it was read out from the front. It wasn't handed out, and it wasn't voted on. Now, Milton says that when he was doing his biography of Des, and he went through GC, he couldn't find an evidence of a vote for either of them, so they had removed it. And the other thing is that in the GC notes, which I've got in one of my books, about Glacier View, they speak of the consensus statements used to judge Des. I can't remember the exact words, but they completely leave out the 10-point statement. So there's a lot of tricky things like that. So, so that's the difference. So the only thing you said was that it wasn't read out from the front.
Yeah, I didn't know it was until later, talking to you. That actually, I knew it had been brought up, but what I didn't realise was that they had read it to them, and I think it was Fritz Guy. I think he said it was Fritz Guy that stood up and said, "I hope this is not going to be used in any way," and he was sure it wouldn't be. It was only for information only, but that was a lie. That's exactly what they used.
Lou Venden, who was a gospel man, not Maury, but his brother, he stood up and said that he didn't agree with it. And Fred Veltman stood up and said something, but of course we weren't there. But you can read about it in Spectrum. And I'll talk about that when I do my talk on Glacier View.
Who was it that took the shorthand notes?
The document. I've got it up.
Oh,
this is
now a lot of people have asked to see that.
The 10-point critique. There it is. Yes. I did write it out, actually. This is
where
in
can people get a hold of that? A lot of people ask.
This is in the Spectrum edition, where parts of it. It's the 10-point edition thing, and the pen points going all the way down here, and it ends with Ellen White. So
it's called
because Ellen White.
It's called the 10-point critique in there because that's what Cottrell called it. But in the ministry, it's called the Desmond Ford statement. So I'm going to explain.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah. Can I just summarize that so you can see if a layperson understands it?
And mirrors.
So I know, and different names of things. They do that a lot. But essentially what happened is that they had the consensus statement brought about by Bill Johnson and Fritz Guy mainly, based on lots of the work that had been done that week. That was brought out, 2 parts, read out on the Friday morning and voted on, and Des says he can live with that to you. And the guy who did the shorthand, what was his name again?
Cottrell also told Fred Veltman.
And Cottrell writes that Cottrell has said that that's what he heard as well in the shorthand. So then what happens is you guys get pushed out of the place. They bring in this 10-point statement, critique, whatever we want to call it, and it is not voted on. There's discussion about it of people saying, hey, that's hopefully not going to be used in the judgment here of Des, and they're reassured it's not. But then what happens is you and Des and a few others in the afternoon taken into a room, and you are presented with this 10-point, and Des has to comment on it, and says he can't go along with that.
No, he doesn't do that.
Well, he doesn't go along with it. He can't.
he
He
was
can't
okay about it. No, he
sign
said
off
it was
on it. The
no,
10
he said it
point
was
as well.
accurate. But he said there was one point he didn't agree with, where they said that the scholarship was poor, and that came from Arthur Furch. But look, the point they give him, they don't mention the consensus except Francis Wernick, who was one of the vice presidents there, but there's all administrators. Somebody says to Des offhand, "What did you think of the consensus?" He said, "I think it's great." He said, "I can live with it." And he said, within a couple of years, if it keeps going that direction, you'll go all the way, which didn't go over well. But the tempo.
But didn't he? Because Norm was saying that.
Well, Norman
that
wasn't
Des
there.
couldn't. So Des was fine with the 10 as well, except for that one that
did
Furch
show
said.
the difference between Des and the traditional view.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He expressed. He said, "This is okay. I don't agree with this stuff about poor scholarship."
You've got it accurate. Yeah, he's saying you've got it accurate, but it was also the thing that was used against him. And what happened later, when people began to merge these documents, they used that 10 merging in with the main consensus one that was voted on to make it look like, here's the stuff that actually isn't. It's accurately assessed of what he thinks, but it's very different to what the church believes. Didn't they blend those two together later on, and that's what became? What's that?
You see, what they really
they used it. They used. Carry on. I'm lost.
No, well, I'm just saying that the 10-point thing really highlighted where he and the church were quite divergent.
Yeah.
The main consensus read out and voted on, he said he could go along with that because as time goes on, that will just gradually help to kind of.
It made about 12 points, 7 of them key that had never been uttered before. And he told Neil Wilson that, and as we walked out of the meeting on the Friday afternoon and went towards the elevator, Neil Wilson said, "Can you give me a list?" And after that, the consensus statement, apart from the ministry, got shelved. And they made a statement in the ministry that Des thought the consensus went towards his viewpoint, but it was all in his mind. They said that in the ministry.
Yeah. And and they misused the 10-point.
And they used the 10-point afterwards to fire all the young ministers. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying. That is the one that brought about contention.
But Des, he said it's okay. He said it represents where I differ from the church. Look, Des could not have been more polite, more affable. He even said to them, I don't, I'm sympathetic with the problem that you've got, because he knew it would have been a huge thing to change. Right. He was sympathetic. He was a good guy. It was a good guy, my husband. Sorry.
Yeah. So the ministry magazine, they almost rewrote history.
Yeah, Hamill was very upset about that. Remember?
And what were you saying about Spangler?
Oh, okay.
He was upset too.
I will try to do this better next time I talk, because I have started putting stuff aside, and it needs to be explained properly. There's a lot of it. But when they presented this 10-point statement, it was probably, now my memory is, and of course memory is not always reliable, that it was a small sheet of paper about that big. So it wasn't a full sheet. That's what I've got in my head. Des said, they were reading it to him, and Des said, "Give it to me. It'll only take me 5 minutes and I'll get it better into my head." So he went through it and he said, "But there's no evidence in it. They had some, it was only like 2 or 3 lines each one, if that. And it had a few Bible texts." And Bob Spangler, they were, when they talk about war, that there's a war lust. People are going to fight, and it creates this huge adrenaline surge. That's what I'd describe it as. They were on the march. So Bob Spangler said to Des said to him, there's no evidence in it. It's got a few texts. And they said, by the time we publish it, there will be. So when you see it in the ministry magazine, it's 2 or 3 pages and it's all been filled out. So Des says to Bob, well, I hope I'll see it before it's published. And Bob said, yes, if you would. I was there. I heard him say it. And not only did they not give it to him before it was published, they fired him and they took him off the mailing list. So we never got that or the Review and Herald. Actually, those statements are in the September 4 Review and Herald. I had a look. They've got the consensus and the 10-point statement. And in fact, Bill Johnson put the 10-point statement first and was upset that they made him do that, because really that wasn't the consensus of the group. I don't know whether you're following me.
Well, no, I'm following. I've always seen that the 10-point came along, and everyone I remember interviewing, whether they've known it was read out in the morning or not, has said that the 10-point statement was the spanner in the spokes.
It
that was the spanner
because
in the
instead
works. And I'm just saying, if he agreed with it, then it's not a spanner in the works.
Well, it is, because the question was, they were studying his manuscript, so he comes along with the new stuff. It's not completely new because other people thought about it, but he did it in more detail. So instead of looking at what he did, they go back to the 27th, the Dallas statement, and they see where does he differ from that. So then you may as well not have had Glacier View. That's the point of it.
That's right.
Now,
because they'd written that before Glacier View, just before it.
Complete waste of money.
Had Des had a chance to read that Dallas statement, the Dallas thing or whatever that became the 27 fundamentals or whatever it was, 23 fundamentals, did Des read that while he was working on his manuscript for Glacier View? Because it sounds like John was saying there was no real reference point, because that came out, you'd never heard of it, had you, John, until it came out before Glacier View at some point?
What,
I'm just wondering if Des had that as a reference point.
Well,
I'm just looking for it.
I understood. What I understood was he was asked basically to produce a document which related to what he said to the forum, and to expand on it, which he did. And we had this committee, which Hamill was chair of, that were there to sort of go through every 2 chapters they went through it. That's what I understand from Jill. Every 2 chapters they went through it, made their comments. Now, the thing is that the idea that it was just Des being difficult and wrote this document with no reference to anything is not true. And in fact,
no.
If you read Hamill's biography, in there he has a whole chapter on Glacier View. It was very clear from reading this that he saw this as a discussion document. He did not. He did as a, these are the positions, that there are some things in it that he wished weren't in it, but this is what Des wanted to put in it, therefore this is it. So it's just it looks as if, reading through his autobiography, that Hamill did not expect what happened to have happened at all. He really did want to keep Des seriously on board with this. He didn't seem to see that, because he didn't seem to realise that shenanigans were going on all around. It didn't seem to have dawned on him that the sort of politicizing was going on. So when he got Glacier View with this, I'm not quite sure. He says it in the end, we were betrayed. Those are his words. The whole thing was betrayed.
Yeah.
And he felt betrayed. And it was totally unnecessary what happened.
Did he see the 10-pointer being a part of that betrayal? I guess is what I'm trying to find out.
Well, he would have done. None about it. He certainly believed that the way in which, from reading through his book, the idea that you ended up having somebody going on, this is what he's complaining about, and eventually it was almost going to trump what they were doing. And you know,
that's what I'm saying. They use that way more than.
Yeah, he realized that eventually came to him. He said he had no idea, and so actually it all came as quite a shock to him, because this isn't what the committee sitting around when this was being written. Really, none of them, as far as I know, certainly he wasn't thinking, well, you know, let him write all this and then we'll sack him. He wasn't thinking that at all. But that's certainly the way Wilson was thinking, and certainly the way others were thinking, from what I can gather.
Yeah.
This is
so, and Gillian, you can wade in on this as well. But so we have October 27, the forum meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that, Des is asked to go away and kind of, you know, can you tell us what you're really thinking here? And he does the manuscript, the near 1,000 thing. What I'm asking is, at what point did the goalpost shift with the official kind of, here's our statement of beliefs? Am I right? That was the Dallas document that came out that became the 26-7 fundamentals.
I don't know whether it would have been. In fact, I saw it the other day. I was researching something and I found it would have been in about May that it was actually in the review, the 27 fundamentals.
Right.
So
okay.
I don't know whether Des had time to read the review in those days.
Yeah. And that's what I'm kind of saying, is that they're obviously starting to change the landscape of what they believe, which, whether they meant it on purpose or indirectly, it was going to undermine what Des was presenting, because, like John was saying, that, you know, that's the first time ever that they'd really set up something that began to head towards a creed.
Well, it was altered. Even in the last day at Dallas, Larry Geraghty will say that people came in, like Russell Standish was there, and changed stuff. So anybody could walk on the floor. It had gone overseas. If you read the history, it's a very important document to read that article of Larry Geraghty. He wrote the best stuff. And see, the scholars should have been prepared, because they had alienated them. The only person they invited from, I don't know whether he was at Andrews then or Loma Linda, but they didn't invite any of the other major scholars from, like Ritz Guy wasn't there to be on that committee at Dallas. He was the only one. And he wasn't happy with it. He wasn't happy with the one on the sanctuary because of the way it was rushed through. Very, very important to understand that. He also tells you what Neil Wilson said from the front. Now, I've got that article somewhere in my books, but I want to read you something that I got recently. I keep having people sending me stuff. Hopefully it's stopped now. But this is an email from Jim Londas. Now, Jim Londas, most of you won't know, but he was the minister at Sligo Church. He was the only one who asked Des to preach when he was in Washington, D.C. And I think I've told you that when Des went up the front, somebody rang the fire alarm and we all had to go out and come back in again, which was funny. Somebody didn't want Des to preach. Anyway, Jim Londas, I've always been impressed by him. And Bob Zamara and Jim Londas, I was going to mention Bob Zamara because he did a PhD in the Pauline epistles, so he knew the gospel. Right. And Jim Londas earlier in the week at Glacier View and Bob Zamora came up and talked to me because I was standing there. Des was off doing other stuff and I was in the hall outside the meetings because I wasn't allowed in at that point. And they come and talk to me early in the week. They were so excited. They saw the possibilities of what might happen. And Paxton apparently taught Jim Londos the gospel, so that will give you a little bit of background. So when I'm doing this book, I was watching Adventist Today Sabbath School, and Jim Londos was there. So I asked Alex Carpenter at Spectrum, could he put me in contact? So I wrote to Jim Londos, and this is what he said. Now, this is a very key email. You can't remember because all these people, this was the only big meeting I ever went to, so I remember it. I can't remember eating or sleeping, or I can't remember the room we were in, but I remember what happened. But they went to stuff all the time, so they don't remember it. But this is what he, do you want to hear what he wrote?
Yeah.
And the reason it's important is because it gives you, and you won't find it anywhere else, the shock reactions of Jack Provonsher and Fritz Guy when Des got fired.
Yeah.
Because, see, Jim Londos was on the 10-point. He was on that committee. And so he wasn't around on the Friday. A lot of people had left, and he was sightseeing with Bob Samara somewhere. So they had no idea what had happened with Des. My memories of Glacier View orbit around reactive conversations that involve prominent friends, Jack Provonsher, Fritz Guy, Bob Zamora, and the subcommittee chair of a committee, I forget the actual title, see, they all forget stuff, named G. Ralph Thompson. Was he GC secretary then? Yes. And G. Ralph Thompson was the subcommittee chair of the screening committee. So everything that got written, the 10-point statement, the consensus statement, also went through the screening committee, apart from the people writing. That's what GC does. Let me begin with what Ralph Thompson whispered in my ear as we discussed how the church should go forward after Glacier View. This is at Glacier View. There was committee resistance to any discipline of Des or silencing of his voice. Ralph Thompson whispered this: why are we debating all this and wasting time? His exact term escapes me. Let's get rid of him, lose 100,000 members, angry at our decision, and move on. I was appalled. Typical arrogant authoritarian officer in Adventism, I felt, but I said nothing. I've got permission to publish this, by the way. Jack Provonsher and I rode in an elevator together when it was clear that the commitment not to discipline Des was being breached. Because, see, they'd said they wouldn't. And this was the use of the 10-point statement. He said, I will never again agree to participate in an event to discuss SDA theology, only to watch it turn into a tribunal to punish a theologian. Fritz Guy attacked me. I guess this committee was about discipline. So he doesn't know, he never found out about the Friday afternoon meeting, but Fritz comes to him so Jim Londos and Bob Zamara have gone off having fun somewhere. And when he comes back, Fritz Guy was a very even-keeled person, attacked me. I guess this committee was about discipline. This is the Friday afternoon meeting for the committee report a decision. I was gone that whole day with Bob Zamora and Jerry Gladson. Touring Estes Park, I had no idea this had happened. You may know who met following our committee work, that's the 10-point statement, he was on it, to decide whatever upset Fritz. I wish I could remember the details. So I put in here, Fritz was angry because Jim Londos was one of the 6-man committee who came up with a 10-point statement, but the participants weren't told how it would be used to fire Des at the end of the week. At least the essential decision was made then. But history proved Ralph Thompson prophetic. We did lose countless members, diminished considerably the respect SDA teachers had for church leadership, and now are living past the E.G. White investigative judgment, errors that Des bravely and respectfully questioned. We left Glacier View dispirited. So I'll leave it because the other left.
So he was with Norm Young putting out the 10-point, and you just said then this was the use of the 10-point statement, as in they used it against Des.
He knew nothing about this committee on Friday, and he knew nothing about how it was used.
No.
He got bawled out by Fritz Guy because Fritz, you know, he took his credentials and was going to hand them into Ted Wilson, but of course they told them another tale, and so he stayed.
Yeah,
which is
but
probably
what
good
I'm
for the
saying is
church.
you just said this was the use of the 10-point statement, as in you were referring to Londis and how he was upset about everything. But before, when I said they used the 10-point statement against Des, you said, oh no, he agreed with it and went
that's two
along with it.
different things. They used it, which meant was you didn't need Glacier View. If you're judging him against the traditional view or the Dallas Statement, you don't need to spend $250,000.
Exactly.
You just look at the statement and say,
exactly.
look, you don't agree with it. So that was what they were upset about.
Oh yeah. So I mean,
But-
what you're
but-
really saying is there's a kangaroo court
Yeah.
situation that they were going to get rid of
That's
him no
right.
matter what. They couldn't just accept the consensus statement or document that was voted on because, oh, hang on, everyone's going along with that.
But
So they used
the 10-point
statement
statement did reflect accurately, apart from where Des differed from the church. That's all I meant.
Yeah. But they used that difference where that highlighted. It began to be more clear how far he was being divergent from the church. They used that knowledge against him, against you guys. The 10-point statement was a weapon. Yes, he of course it was definitely what he said. Yes, I do disagree with the church on these points.
See, I remember seeing Des's face when he realised what they were doing in that meeting, and he behaved like a Christian gentleman.
Yeah.
He was even sympathetic to them, because it would have been a very difficult change. He knew that.
Yeah. He saw the writing on the wall. He saw where it was going to go.
But see how that's a document that I only got when I was starting this.
Yeah. I'm blown away by that, because so far I've only had the info from Norm.
Just to give people an idea of the sort of stuff that's in the book. Out of the blue, when I was starting volume 9, and I started off doing 2, and I thought that'd be it, but I keep getting something would happen. And another thing that happened that I spend a lot of time on at the beginning of this book is that Doug Hackelman, who's writing his biography on Cottrell, who's an absolutely amazing person, he sent me a letter which is nowhere else, but because he's writing about Cottrell, this is a letter from Hamill to Cottrell in 1984, so 4 years after Glacier View. And I showed it to Gilbert. He was over here 2 or 3 months ago. And the interest that he had in it was how Hamill was saying to Cottrell, oh, you misrepresented what happened at Glacier View incorrectly on the educational quality of all the administrators. Well, the point was they weren't experts in this subject. There were plenty of PhDs, but, it didn't mean that they were fitted to handle this. But at the beginning of the letter, there's something in that letter that is nowhere else, that we were told at Glacier View and afterwards. But because it was said that we were lying, that what I say happened doesn't count, but Hamill said it. And essentially what he tells what Keith Parmenter told the brethren when he came over to Glacier View. And see, we were told that he pushed for a decision that week. We were told it by Duncan Eva and Bob Spangler at Glacier View on the Friday. And then in 1983, when they came back to punish Des further, they apologised to us. That you told that story in your talk, John. But Bob Spangler later said that he never said it. But there were about 8 people there, so you could say it. You could say it.
Des told us that that Bob Spangler actually apologised to him.
The way it was handled, and they blamed Parmenter and said he came over and insisted that Des be dealt with. And what he did was he said Des had caused all this disruption. So I go into that in great detail with great joy.
And look, the reality is they knew before Glacier View that they didn't want the Des theology. They didn't want the questioning of Ellen White's authority. They saw Des as going to be something that would pull the church apart from its original source, core DNA, whatever.
Yeah,
but
right.
when they heard the consensus, the train tracks were kind of aligned. And so they were just, Neil was a master. Neil Wilson knew we need something that proves he's a little bit more divergent than just what the consensus is. So that's what I'm saying about the 10-point. They bring that out on purpose to just further highlight how different.
Well, that was the way that it was a fail-safe way of getting rid of him.
Yeah,
because he did differ in these areas, but so did Jim Longus. So did Norm Young.
So did all of them.
So did Arthur Fitch. They were all on that committee. They couldn't have signed it themselves.
So did Bill Johnson.
Well, he wasn't on that committee, but they wrote the 10 points.
No, I know.
They wrote the 10 points.
But all of those guys had some pretty diverse views from original Adventism.
I'm talking about the committee. At least half of them.
Yeah, but
even the French guy, I don't think he was fairly traditional. But they couldn't have gone along with the 10-point statement. But they didn't know how it's going to be used. So
yeah, I'm just meaning it went far wider. It was far more wide-reaching than just that committee. The Des kind of theology was way broader than just that committee. There was so many people that were all being brought back into a line because Des was the scapegoat. Let's show you all what we did to him, and if you follow Des, you will lose your job too.
Yeah, well,
that was the whole thing. You know, when people were being interviewed after Glacier View, every interview for some job, people were asked whether they were leaning to Ford views or not.
Everybody teaching has to sign up.
Yeah. To this day,
it's
even
been going on ever since.
Yeah, I'm so glad Matthew Lucio has just joined and watching. I'm interested. Matthew just says, because I was just about to mention you, Matthew. Isn't that funny? And then you popped in. The fact that they used the 10 points to get Des and not the others is an important observation as well. Good to see you all together, and good to have you here, Matthew.
See, one thing. Matthew's got my books.
And I just wanted to say to Matthew, in his research, where some rewriting of the history is that Des didn't say, "Oh, I can go along with that." You heard it. The guy doing the shorthand heard it, commented on it. Bill Johnson supported that notion. Matthew, when you were doing your research for your podcast on Glacier View, and you were actually listening to the tapes of it, did there seem to be a feeling that, hey, we can all go along with this? Because Bill Johnson was excited. The vote was the majority went along with the consensus, and Des said, I can even go along with that. Was that your impression, Matthew, as you're watching, when you listened to that? Because it seems to have been a little bit of a try to rewrite history there. I mean, my whole thing about the lie at the center of Glacier View is that they were saying the majority couldn't go along with Des, and we now know because of that interview with Bill Johnson, season 2, episode 1, he said, no, the majority could. And he perpetuated that myth in 84 in the Ankerberg show, saying the majority at Glacier View did not see light in Des.
Yes.
Which is just not true.
No,
not true.
So I'm just saying there's a crossroad that came along, and that was the 10-point
When you
statement.
interviewed Ellen, she said that a consensus at law shows areas of agreement. So the consensus showed areas where the church and Des agreed. I don't think that's how Neil Wilson saw it, because the brethren on the Friday, there's no doubt they thought that the consensus and the 10-point statement were the same. And a lot of people there did.
Yeah.
And that's the point.
And that's why I'm saying the 10-point was so dangerous, because they blended the two together. Whereas in reality, the 10-point shows Des was way more divergent than the consensus did, and they thought we can't get him just on the consensus, so we've got to show a little bit more how he's more diverse. So they brought out the 10-point, and then they merged the two together. So people started thinking it was the two together, and that's why they started thinking the majority didn't go along with it.
Just give me a couple of minutes about the start before the start of Glacier View, and then I'll be quiet because it's John's program. But somebody told me this was fairly recently. Pardon?
I was enjoying it.
Three weeks before leaving for Glacier View, Pastor Parmenter visited George Burnside in hospital. He's had surgery, and he told him, and this was told me by a relative who's written it down for the future, that Des would not survive the Glacier View week. Now, there's some evidence that George pressured Parmenter, either you or Des. Now, I've got this in my books, but just briefly, another point. Ken Eastman, who was the church lawyer, I don't know, his wife was an Adventist, so I'm not sure that he was. He was the contract lawyer for Australia. Well, there's two things. There's something that Cottrell said on the Thursday afternoon. It's me waving again. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that again.
I love it.
So Cottrell, in one of his papers, and this jumped out at me when I saw it, said that on the Thursday afternoon, and I was there, Parmenter said that he had a mandate from the Australasian Division Executive, now that's the top committee in Australia, to take away Des's credentials, whatever happened at Glacier View. Now that was stunning to me. Now, I don't think you'll ever find any minutes of the meeting because I don't think there was a meeting. Now, if somebody shows me evidence that there was, then I'll change it in my books. But I think it was 3 men in an office who made that decision. Then the other thing that goes with that is a letter from Ken Eastman. He wrote several letters, and he had to be very careful, but he stated that essentially that Elder Parmenter asked Neil Wilson to get, this is before Glacier View, to get Prexad to fire Des because he knew it would be a very unpopular decision. And what happened at Prexad, and you know, I think it was all planned. The first meeting to discipline Des was on the Friday afternoon when he was presented with the 10-point statement. And then there were 2 more meetings, and because Jill cried through all the first meeting, they never invited me to the others. So they had 3 meetings, and then on September the 2nd, I think it was, Prexad defrocked Des. Now, this was illegal because he was employed by Australia, but Australia didn't want to do it. And then Neil Wilson.
And he could have, you've mentioned before that he could have pushed against that, but he just didn't want to go down the suing pathway.
No, yeah. Ken Eastman told, so did the lawyer, I'll think of his name later, but the lawyer in America for the GC Council. And I've got it all in letters from the GC Council and Ken Eastman. And the GC Council says that Neil Wilson never even consulted him about firing Des. And he was the lawyer in charge of.
I can't wait to replay my Lyndon Rogers interview, which won't be too far, because he does talk about this. Wilson and Pearson, there was a letter between them, and I'm pretty sure he reads a bit of it, or I'm hoping it wasn't him and I talking off air when the recording had stopped, but he definitely had evidence that Pearson and Wilson there'd been a letter between the two that said, you know, this has got to be a line in the sand. Des Ford's got to be made an example of, that kind of a vibe. So when we watch it again, I may be able
to find it for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. And Matthew writes, and by the way, I recommend people go and check out his podcast, Advent History. It's really brilliant. The tape recordings only cover Neil's introduction of the document and a little of the discussion, some minor motions to adjust language in the statements. We don't have it all on tape.
Well, this is the statement I've got.
Matthews listened to the actual tape that they won't release publicly.
Neil Wilson to Robert Pearson, February the 4th, 1980. And this was given to me by Bert Toloviak, Kendra's dad, in February 2009 on Des's 80th birthday. Des Ford is working hard on the assignment we've given him, but basically the whole matter revolves around his understanding of the role and work of Ellen White. He unfortunately does not consider Ellen White to be authoritative in the areas of doctrinal theology, does not consider that she has teaching authority comparable to prophets that are in the scripture. We hope he will be able to adjust his thinking to see that it is impossible to limit Ellen White's inspiration and accord her something less than that which is intended when the Lord chooses a human vessel to be an extension of his self-revelation. He needs our prayers. Is that the one? Doesn't sound quite like it.
I don't. No, but it does infer some stuff in there. We'll find out soon. My thoughts are that Bill Johnson and all the scholars and academics that loved Des and didn't want to see him booted out, and someone referenced this the other day, they were encouraging Des to just put those more diverse views in his back pocket. Just put them in your pocket for now, and they were all hoping that they could just get by. We've agreed on the consensus statement. It'll just gradually change within the church. So I'm just saying that the 10 points statement is the stuff put in the back pocket that was brought out too soon. And I think if they'd gone along and not kicked Des out, gradually the church would have changed and shifted because of the influence of people like him and Cottrell and these other guys. But because I don't know, you have to tell me this, but my thought is that Des was like, no, I'm not going to put it in my back pocket. I'm happy to kind of go along with the consensus idea, and sure, I don't have to talk about this other stuff. But when he was confronted with the back pocket stuff, he then was confronted with a conscience moment. Yes, I do disagree with you on these things, and I can't say that I don't.
Wasn't that strong? I don't think. I think.
Oh, that's good to hear.
They were going to fire him. I don't think there was any possibility unless Des came round. And I'll tell you one thing that was said that summarises the whole thing. Now, what is his name? One of the black men, not Ralph Thompson, but what is his name? Very famous in the church. He said he was talking about his father apparently left the church, or what. It was something to do with the same issue, because he himself knew about the investigative judgment problems. Des told me he did, but I can't remember his name. He was in this meeting on Friday, and he said, you must bend to the brethren. That is it. That's what was said to Des, and Des wouldn't bend. Because
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Des, and you might say, oh, it's not as strong as that. Doesn't matter. He would not bend to the brethren, and they wanted him to bend.
But on the
whether
other
that
hand,
seems dramatic or a big deal, I find that admirable, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he's trying to explain to them in that meeting that the consensus statement has gone towards his view, and they won't. That's a shock to them. They can't believe it because they think they're the same.
Yeah.
So it's not quite that Des is being difficult, but he's saying.
No, I don't think he's being difficult.
No. And of course, the other thing is Parmenter's letter. I've told you.
He just sees the writing on the wall.
Oh, he knew. He knew. I remember.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing his face when he read the 10-point statement. This is how they're going to. He knew what. Des was not dumb.
No.
He knew what they were going to do.
Yeah. He knew. He saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
He wouldn't bend, but he was honourable and gracious. And
but they genuinely. My thought was, they're like the disciples. They don't know what's going on. I mean, that's a terrible thing to say, And who am I to say
Yeah.
it? But they just thought that the consensus statement and the 10-point statement were the same. And when Des pointed it out to them, they just couldn't believe it. Well, I know what I was going to say. The other thing was Parmenter's letter to Des. And the 2 points, and the thing about the 10-point statement, it was greatly amplified. So I'm telling you, it was on a small piece of paper. It was just 10 points, no evidence. Des points this out. They promise him they'll show it to him, but he's 5 before. And he's taken off the mailing list, so he had to borrow it. He never got a copy before it was published.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. But the other thing was Parmenter's letters, he had 4 points, and that's completely rewritten for the ministry. It's not the letter that was presented to Des. We weren't given copies of any of this. But there were 2 points that Des could not go along with, and this is where he stood up. One was about Bob Brinsmead, and he wasn't mentioned in the letter of Parmenter's that was published. In fact, the only thing in the ministry, now it's a while since I've gone through it, but I went through it very closely. The only thing it talks about is enemies of the church, just that one phrase. Whereas if you were in there on that Friday meeting, it was all about Bob Brinsmead. For the part that I wasn't there for the first hour, but that when I came in, and I've told you, I heard the rumours when I walked in early on the floor because somebody told me, Des wasn't around, and he said that John Brinsmead had gone down to the division to see Parmenter, and he said and told us that Des and Bob were in cahoots. They'd been working separately. Bob had written his 1844 Re-Examined. Des had written his Glacier View manuscript, and then they were going to join together and destroy the church. And Des could say that he wasn't involved with Bob Brinsmead because Jill, who I'd seen John Brinsmead from the distance, and there was absolutely no collusion. It was ridiculous, but that's what John Brinsmead, and I know this is true because Bob Brinsmead told me. And Claude Judd also said that John Brinsmead came down. This would be in 1978, just before Glacier View. Yeah. So John Brinsmead goes down to see Claude Judd, and Claude Judd takes him to meet Parmenter, and he's in the meeting. So it happened. Yeah. Even though the Parmenter family say it didn't. Yeah. And Bob Brinsmead told me about it 8 years later. Look, if somebody hadn't, the providence of it, if somebody hadn't told me on the floor, we still wouldn't know about it. But the thing that I object to is they all believed, even Bill Johnson, he had a very poor view of me. I'd never ever talked to him, didn't know him from a bar of soap. But this is how the Australasian Division prejudiced them against me by telling them what John had, and they all believed him. But they never asked me. They never have. Anyway, I'm finished.
Well, thank you for that. It's all important information for future generations to ponder. And John, just as you were watching that, so thanks, Gillian. And John, as you were watching that 5 years later, give us some of your thoughts as you were watching your 5 years ago when you were a young man.
I was a young man, yes. Well, in the last 5 years, nothing has changed. I had, and in fact, it's got stronger in as I've looked at things. Yeah. And also, the other thing is this: I was doing this in relationship to a particular event that happened within Adventism, but I was pointing out something here, and it's something that is now happening, and it's not. And it reveals to me very much so the failure of the church to understand certain things. For example, because they have got themselves caught into what I call the 19th century web. The world in the 19th century was not the same as the world as is today. The world in the 19th century was substantially, particularly in the West, was largely a Christian church. The church was very visible. There were arguments going on over one thing and another. And the world itself was largely divided between the European colonies. Now, And therefore, effectively, you've got churches springing up all over the world because these colonies generally were Christian. And Christian missionaries went out from these places, particularly Britain, and established Christian communities. Now, so when you get a person coming along and thinking to themselves, well, apostate Protestantism is going to reach out towards Rome, and they're going to sort of impose Sunday keeping on everybody. The first thing that hits you is that the majority of the churches that were going out and expanding themselves, were all Sunday keepers anyway. That's the first thing. Second thing, that's that even though the Adventist Church was also beginning to expand, particularly after 1874, began to expand slowly around the world and produce a sort of Sabbath keeping church, a Saturday keeping church. The fact is, and that's that all the comments that are made at the moment in trying to sort of prove that the Catholic Church was going to do this, there isn't a single one of them that comes from a present-day Catholic Church. There isn't a single one of them that comes from popes popes even in the 20th century. Most of them come from 19th century popes writing encyclical letters to the faithful, which you would expect. And they're taking these quotes and they're giving them an edge which actually none of these popes are considered at all, because as far as the papacy was concerned, here you have the church is Rome, all the others are sort of separated brethren, but they happen to take the same authoritative day as Rome does. That was known, and you can read that in the catechisms dealing with these things. They point this out. But the Adventist Church, in this idea, that we're eventually going to end up with some great global law being passed through Rome and through everything and all the rest of it. This has not happened, and it won't happen. And partly the reason it won't happen is because the Catholic Church has Saturday masses, and the Anglican Church has Saturday services.
So they're not going to force anybody.
No, if they're going to insist on everybody, if they're going to insist that, all right, I'll tell you what, we'll demand everybody.
They'll have to stop their own Saturday masses.
Saturday masses, the two masses, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. The Catholic Church. I was told by my Catholic friends that if you go in the one in the evening, you don't have to come on Sunday, and it's a really popular mass because no one goes on Sunday. They could abandon this. So
even the real fundamental conservative Adventists now are shifting that. They're saying, oh, it's not going to be the Adventists. It's going to be the Sunday. It's going to be more about the control of people's finances and travel and movements, like they did during lockdown, where we were in the middle of in that last interview. So they're trying to, because they know that what you're saying is true. So they're trying to shift the goalposts, and even the real die-hard Ellen White supporters are starting to say, well, it's going to be not so much the Sunday law, it's more going to be about how the government can control people's movements and their time frames. Okay. So now you're making it about an analogy.
Now you're making it different.
Sunday law is just a euphemism.
Yeah, that's right.
They've got an answer for everything, John.
It is. And I mean, when you get to a point where in Britain, as I've said before, in Britain, for example, where they actually abolished, they rescinded all the Sunday trading laws. Because the big companies like Sainsbury's, and then they were followed by the others, Sainsbury's broke the law. What they did was they allowed just before Christmas, they actually allowed people to shop on the Sunday before Christmas. That's what they did. And Sainsbury's decided, well, if they can shop on Sunday before Christmas, they can jolly well shop on the Sunday after Christmas as well. And if you And they broke the law, and the law moved and fined Sainsbury's, but they'd made so much money out of everybody else breaking the law, like including me, going in and buying things. And I realized that once they got to the point where there was a huge debate over Sunday trading, and the Lord's Day Observance Society was really heavily trying to lobby Parliament not to do anything. And yet Parliament in the end decided that the people saw these laws as completely irrelevant to them. And this is simply because the majority of the people in this country do not go to a Christian church. So the days have gone when you've got to a point where everybody goes to church. So they've missed. The General Conference is living in a bubble that has no reality at all to what's actually going on around it, and yet in its Sabbath school pamphlets it's still going on about this, and it's still going on.
You made a great point in the interview that the Adventist Church mainly influences its members not from the Bible but from the Sabbath school lessons.
Absolutely.
And someone in the comments said that they'd done a bit of a study, and 70% of the passages that they use are Ellen White and not the Bible.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. And
yet Ted Wilson says we are a people of the Bible.
No, you're not a people of the Bible. You're only a people of the Bible till the Bible disagrees with you. Then you turn to Ellen White. That's the truth of it. And so ultimately, you've got this situation. Now, what really is happening, and it's something that I have actually preached on in a series of sermons I gave at Leamington. And that's this: I said, the issue at the center of everything where the Christian faith is concerned is who Jesus is. Because we are now in a situation where we have a very anti-Christian government. And I mean an anti-Christian government. It is really trying to pass laws that would seriously curtail any Christian activity. The police have been harassing Christians on the streets. They've been harassing them. I discovered from one fellow that the police are actually now trained to consider Christians to be suspect in the whole of the nation. And this is astonishing when you consider that the monarch is the governor of the Church of England. And in the end, what is happening is, and that's that the political elites are thinking, well, I tell you what, we can actually remove the Christian influence inside the country. We can also unpick the Judeo-Christian base on which our civilization is concerned, and we'll give it to Islam. That's what's happening in Britain. And this is why the Christian church in Britain, and the Adventist church is living in a bunker. It's living in its own little world over here with the stuff coming from America, giving it a view of things that has no reality around it. But the Adventist church doesn't realize in what danger it's actually in. It thinks it's only waiting for these comments from Rome. It's really waiting for this moment of these Sunday laws and the arrival of this great tribulation. It doesn't realize that there's an enormous darkness moving round throughout the country, but it's not coming from Rome at all. It's coming from other things, and it's coming from a government that actually favors a group of people who are growing in the country and have more votes in the country because the vote, who actually are mandated to dismantle the Christian church from their own scriptures. And that's something which is completely missed inside the Adventist community, because nobody reads the Quran and nobody reads these documents and nobody's interested in what they're thinking. So, and it doesn't fit the pot. It doesn't fit the pot that we have of prophecy. Now, had we taken Desi's view of apotalismatic understanding of prophecy, whereby you look at micro models within scripture, whereby you have situations where the children of Israel are attacked spiritually from the Canaanite religious world, which is what happened. They ended up throwing their children into the fires of Moloch, which they were forbidden to do. Have you understand this, and you understand how the way in which the devil uses and manipulates or takes advantage of political situations, movements of people, all the rest of it, in order to effectively, he knows full well, will eventually threaten the base of the church. It's all right, people saying, oh, what's the wrong with having all these people here? Well, there's not, in itself, I suppose, if you're a secular person, you can't see it, but you don't realize that you're also in the frame, unfortunately. But they don't see it like that. But Christian certainly is, and so are the Jews. It always begins with the Jews, it goes to the Christians, and so on. And in a way, you need that the church needs to wake up to the fact that the devil attacks the church in two specific ways, as I said in my talk, and I've not changed on this at all. He uses a hammer, and he also uses philosophy, and he uses changes in ethos and changes in social mores and changes in this, all of which he knows he can use to attack the church with, because the church will try to either stand up against this, and then it also attacks the church by suggesting to them that Christianity is a religion of love. If it's a religion of love, then it cannot sit down and criticize all these people or have a critique of these systems. That's unchristian. And that's what's happened in Britain. So you end up with the now gone Archbishop of Canterbury, and indeed his predecessor, who says, you know, we should be accepting to all these people coming into the country. We should not critique Islam. We should not. This is what this man is saying. And then there was one of the bishops, the Bishop of Bristol, who actually allowed a Ramadan meal to take place in his own nave. Now, you know, this, and they said, oh, isn't it wonderful? Christian movement of how you try having a Christmas meal in a mosque. You can see what you get.
Yeah, no, you're not going to. What's
Same
interesting
thing's
too,
happening in
John,
Australia.
Yeah, the same thing
and
is
what,
happening.
yeah,
Yeah,
and what's interesting, John, is the many of the liberal, progressive, revisionist, gospel Adventist group that you know you would have sided with Ford's theology, etc. They are actually more sympathetic with the opposite of what you're saying, which is really interesting. That you know you find yourself in a situation there, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, where your views are more in line with Conrad Vine politically, but opposite theologically,
yes,
and with the Adventist, your former comrades are now more leaning politically away from you. And in our interview, you were mentioning that, you know, you used words like Adventism is in a tsunami of darkness. It's absolutely unreformable. This is the 5-year ago
I still think it
conversation.
is.
No prophetic pathway to the gospel within Adventism. The church is in a complete fog. These are the things you were saying. And so I'm agreeing with you. But not only that, they're worse off than they were before. And now add that extra component of just totally giving up the Christian sovereign boundaries to secularism, other faiths. It's going to, like, it's not only like, I'm saying that Adventism is poised for a major collapse.
Yeah, and
there's something shiny comes out
that's
soon.
right. But the whole Christian setup is, I mean, the Christian concern absolutely believes that if this goes on like this, we will have lost Britain for Christ. It's as simple as that. That's what Christian concern believes.
I feel like you already have.
And we have, so you turn around to the Adventist community and you say, look, we've got this going on here, and they stare back at you. And most of them, I interestingly enough, in my own community and my own church, I'm about one of the few people, if not the only person, there's one other that's in there, but I'm not a member. There's only one of the few people that actually is not anti-Semitic. Most of the members are deeply anti-Semitic and pro-Palestinian. And I said to them,
here's an interesting thing as we veer into politics. YouTube will literally mute this show because of the topic we're talking about now.
Yeah.
So sadly, we have to veer back into the dark tsunami of Adventism.
What I try to point out is within the dark tsunami of Adventism that needs correcting all the rest of it, they also need to correct a way of looking at prophecy.
Hear what you're saying.
And they ought to also realize that they're in a spiritual war. And we've always been in a spiritual war. And this spiritual war is not over the day of worship. This spiritual war is over who Jesus is and the gospel. That's what this is, because we are being asked, as it were, the churches are being asked, and certainly I can see it coming, where we'll be told, you can only say that Jesus is the founder of a religion. That's it. And I can see that happening. And I'm asking the Adventist community, really, if we become, if you are a person who believes in Jesus, how are you going to respond to this coming to your door? And the Adventist church itself is not prepared for the crisis that is going to hit its door, because it's looking in the opposite direction. And in the process of all of this, when you've got a situation where you have a church also that is gospelless, and that's the other thing, that is gospelless, you suddenly find that a situation whereby they suddenly feel great affinity with a legalist religions, and that's why we've had Adventists end up becoming Buddhists. It's why we've had Adventists becoming Muslims. We have had that happen, and why they become something else. All the rest of it. This is where it leads you to. So ultimately, the Adventist Church needs to wake up, because I know Bill wrote about this, and he wrote one of these lovely things like, does it really matter? Yes, it does matter. And
it does matter. I agree with you.
And what we need to do with this, we not only need to sort out this church in terms of, I don't know how you're going to do that, whatever way, in regards to what it really does believe and where it stands in these matters that are at the center of Scripture. But also, it needs to also realize that the faith of Christ in the end actually faces the world. That's what it does. That's what Israel had to do. That's what all the apostles did, and all the rest of it, in regards to the way in which it thinks and the way in which it does. So we've got all that going on around it. As for trying to reform the Adventist Church in the present light, or the present climate, I can't see any way in which we can reform the Adventist Church at all. That the Africans believe what they do. They send their delegates to a general conference session. They vote for these things because they believe in these things. They're not going, and they've got a dominance of voting power in the conference. So and they really are perfectionists. You can see that. A lot of them, they're very traditional Adventists. So they're going to arrive at these sessions. So when you have someone standing up like me saying this, I get booed. We are a minority to such a degree within the community that we not only have carried on with these weeds in the garden and watering them and all the rest of it and reinforcing them, but we also can't see the world for what it is either. And that's really sad, because Adventism as a thing looks forward to the second coming, but at the same time it should also realize, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the second coming comes. Will I find faith on the earth? Which gives you some idea of the state things will be in. they need to realize there's no such thing as a organized remnant church. Every single person who is a member of Christ's body and by faith, and a disciple of Christ by faith, is a member of the remnant community, because the church is defined as a remnant community, and it's defined also as all part of the 12 tribes as well in Revelation. And this is what the 100 comes to the 144. So the whole of the church, is a Judaic community, and it's a Judaic community tied to its Lord, and that in itself will bring force against it because of that. And in fact, that's exactly what's happening all around us, and I'm seeing it, and I'm seeing it from all sorts of directions. Unfortunately, they're still waiting for Francis to announce we're going to have a Sunday keeping thing. And it's interesting, isn't it, that
it's very naive.
Yeah, and when he joins something or says he believes in the environment, I'm hearing all these voices from America. There you are, you see, to save the environment, he's going to bring in a Sunday law. Let me tell you, he's got over 1 billion Catholics polluting the world. He's got to say something. he's got honestly, and not only that, not only that, he knows full well that one day in 7 is not going to do any mark whatsoever on any supposed climate change or the rest of it. We know that because when we closed the countries down for nearly 2 years or year and a half, the ozone layer repaired itself. And so the only way to do this is to have a sabbatical year in which nobody moves, nobody gets into their cars, nobody does anything. Then it might make a bit of a difference. Very biblical, but all this. But to argue that because of this he's going to do this and this and this is all speculative nonsense. There is not an ape of sort of a document anywhere coming out of these supposed Jesuits anywhere. So basically, it's an absolute waste of time. What they need to do, however, is to stand up, stop behaving like sectarian children, start to get back to the faith that was given to us at the very beginning, which is the call of the Reformation. Start to reorganize themselves, have to actually when they meet to talk about Adventism, instead of just repainting the station and sending the train out into a circle and bringing it back where it came from, with a few minor movements here and there on the track, which is what Wilson did. What they need to do is we need a complete overhaul of what we believe as a church in the 21st century, just like they had to in the 20th century. And
not just
Adventism. We need to look at the whole Christian faith and ask ourselves seriously the questions: who are we defending? Because at the moment, it's not who you're defending, it's what you're defending. So everybody's there defending their churches. I just say this isn't the issue. Nowhere does Jesus say believe in your churches. Nowhere does he say go out and witness for your churches. He says witness for me. And the whole thing now, that thing itself will bring us into conflict. And the trouble is, people don't like conflict. They really don't like conflict. And
no.
And they like sitting in the leafy shires, coming to church on Sabbath and being all with their friends and sitting down and listening to comfortable or not so comfortable sermons and all the rest of it. What they don't want to know is that they see enough trouble on the television without coming and facing it in church. But the thing is this, and that's that I told them. I said, look, the Christian church must be spiritually aware of what's going on around it. That's what it should do. I said, and you must understand that the devil does strike at us, and he strikes at us in various ways, and from ways that we don't realize. He's not, in Revelation, he's given us as a hydra, a many-headed beast. And that shows you. I said, he's inexhaustibly coming at you from every single angle, and even things that you think were good are not good, because I said, you must understand the way in which he infects the church from within and infects the church from without. And what we're seeing at the moment is a church that's definitely been affected by darkness. And the other thing is, it's interesting, isn't it, that Ellen White, she had this comment apparently made where she talks about the General Conference being the highest body next to God on earth. Well, she only used that when her husband was in charge of the General Conference, so I understand. By the time we get to the 1890s, she caught that the General Conference was an agent and seat of the devil. She completely changed what it was.
You flipped on that one.
Yeah, and so ultimately, when you're looking at the institution of the church and all the rest of it, as I used to say as I said to them where I am, I said, look, if you don't want to get really upset with the church, the best thing to do is to be as far away from the engine oil as possible, because the engine oil always stinks, and you have to stay away from this and the politics of it and all the rest of it, because it's irrelevant to salvation, and it can indeed be very debilitating.
Can hinder.
Yes, it can cause you a lot of problems when you see how people behave, and the best thing therefore to do is to have a relationship, a collective relationship and an individual relationship with the Lord, whereby you can at least stand your ground if you were challenged for anything. And that's really what I try to do. I try to get them to realize they must be able to stand their ground, and they must be informed enough to be able to stand their ground. And in the end of the day, at the end of the day, even if the Adventist Church was to founder and split and clap, what difference would it make to you in your faith? And the answer should be none at all, because your faith is rooted in someone else. Your faith is founded on the rock of truth and the rock of Christ. It is not founded in these institutions. And I wish, and I wish that the church would change. I wish that it would, it would reverse itself and come round to realizing its true duty as a Christian community and as a gospel-led community, as a community seriously with Christ seriously at the center, and as a sola scriptura community, because unless it is, it cannot claim to be Protestant, you see. And also that we're saved by grace and by faith and all the rest of it. It's no good saying these words in a pamphlet. These have got to be understood for what they are. And this it's such a pity, really, that we are in that we've ended up in a church, or the church has ended up in a situation where, for all the attempts to move it, all the attempts to turn it into this, other actions have come about, and other people have entered and have made sure it can't. And for that reason, it's become what it has. And it's quite clear to me that Wilson, Uncle Ted as we call him, he's determined to have Adventism in his own image, and that's what he's got. And also he's got an Adventism that is not prepared for disasters that are come.
Right with you, Jill. Yeah. Look, I'm going to let Jill say something, and then I've got one last question to ask you, John. Did your cousin pass away that you'd done that? You'd been working with? Yeah, that was really sad, because I loved what you guys were doing. If you could
could get that website now.
I was just going to say, can you send me in the private chat here the link, and I'll put it up on the main.
Well, I don't know where it is. I tell you what happened was, and that's when he died. All his one of the member. I'll have to find out which member of the family took control over his computer.
I hope you can find that, because there was some brilliant resources there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened when he died. I think he left it to. He was going to leave it to LaDonna or something. I'll have to find out what happened to it.
Yeah, see if you can find out,
not
because
set
I'd love
up.
to.
It's not set up
And you know,
anymore.
the Reformation Adventist website, which was a wonderful
The
idea.
Leamington,
Yeah, well, it's all,
Leamington, it's called, isn't it?
yeah, it's all. It's at the moment. I don't know where it is, because you see, he took control of all that,
Mm.
and
Yeah, I know.
and then he became impossible. It became impossible. He became very ill, and you know, just faded out really.
Yeah,
But
that's a real
I said to him,
shame.
I said, well, what will
Hey,
happen to opinion? What will happen to all these things? He said, well, I've given it to so and so. They'll be able to set it up, but I'm not sure they have. So we may have to.
yeah, look, let's try and find that
Somewhere in
out.
the family, there's
Um,
something.
yeah. So I've got one more question to ask you, but Gillian, let's have some thoughts in closing from
I'm
you,
going back
and
to
then
doing Des's thesis, which is about
yeah,
Antichrist, the abomination of desolation. And I feel it's important. So, you know, I've done all this stuff because I think it's important. Des said to me, you know what's important. So I'm taking him seriously. The Bible describes evil, you know, in certain characters like Nebuchadnezzar and Antiochus Epiphanes, who Adventists are bitty about. But the idea is to portray characters to show what evil is like.
Yeah.
And this is partly what this thesis does. And so I just think it's important for certain people in Adventism to read it, because I think if there's ever going to be a change, it could be helpful. Yeah,
this is the
but in
Manuscript.
connection, Conrad Vine. Now, I'm interested in Conrad because I know his mum and dad. I was associate dean with her at Avondale in 1968, and we knew them in England. And I didn't think that they were extreme right. I don't know where they stand about what they think about what Conrad's doing. But I watched him because he's just been through Australia and he's travelling everywhere. And it seems to me that there's a very right-wing group. They're very extreme right-wing, and that they might be the ones who split. Have you thought about that?
That's what I've been. What's really surprised me is, as far as politics and church leadership, nothing to do with ideology, they're treating him and Kelly the same as you guys were treated. So it's like 45 years later, the same kind of systemic political things going on. And
yeah, but
I've
it's sort of different, because at the time Des was still in the work, and they're in trouble because of property and finance and independence, which we weren't.
It goes on to lots of different tangents, but just generally speaking, there's some similarities there that are worth observing. And I think because of the money, because of the finance, because of the properties, I think you're right. This is going to be the schism that happens that John spoke of in that interview, where he said we'll end up with a massive schism.
I watch them a bit, and I watch people who follow them, and I'll tell you what, Jesus doesn't get a mention. He might. Conrad, I heard him speak once about, you know, Jesus for past sins, and after that it's all duty. So it's a gospel-less thing. However, what I'm particularly interested in here is that Conrad, they appear to support Trump. And see, as I'm working on this, when I look at the characteristics of evil, which is all through this thesis, that's why I'm thinking about it, Trump's it. I have great trouble understanding Adventists who follow Trump. Particularly, you know, he's such his character.
The interesting thing about the original Adventists, the traditional Adventists, the guys that, you know, that you and Des would have head-butted over the years. Starting to get tired here. It is nearly 3 o'clock. But the difference is that they have strong leadership. They are monetized organized,
right.
networked, and they always have been. So regardless of ideology, regardless of politics, these guys could potentially greatly influence the church in ways that no one else has ever been able to, because of those
Yeah, I
things.
know,
They've
I know
always
that,
been monetized. Like, look at the
and they're
Standish
nasty.
brothers.
They,
They
I
yeah,
mean, Conrad. But
they
anyway, that what I'm
they
now.
got
Listen to
you
me.
guys out and booted out because they're nasty, but because they're organized, monetized,
That's right.
networked.
That's right.
That's
But
why the
look,
Standish brothers and the CBs
anyway,
got
let
rid
me
of
finish
Des.
what I'm going to say. Being a mere woman,
No,
reading
that's
this
not
thesis.
what we're
Des did this thesis. He went to England because he wanted to know where Ellen White. I looked on Google to try and find the idea of, in the last days, Satan will impersonate Christ. He'll appear very charming and this and that. That's very much an Adventist idea from Ellen White. And see, Des went to do this thesis because he talked to me about it, and he said Ellen White said everything that she wrote was in the Bible. This is where he was coming from before he went to do the thesis. And he wondered where she got this from. And then I've mentioned this before in the later pages of Great Controversy. There's a passage in the 600s where she talks a lot about the hinderer and the restrainer. Now that comes from 2 Thessalonians 2:7.
Yeah.
And but why is it that Adventists like Conrad? I know that it's because he's anti-woke. Why can't they see this portrait of evil? Why would they follow somebody like that? I find that.
Well, I think
they believe in Ellen White, but they're not listening to her on this one because I'm not saying it's the final Antichrist.
I don't think the CBs were either. I think you're seeing exactly the same replication. The way you were treated by Keith, the way the CBs and Standish brothers treated you is exactly
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why can't they see the character of this man who,
I'm saying you could ask the same question of those guys. Why couldn't they see it? Why did they go at you guys? Why couldn't they see the character of Christ and treat you both like dirt? And I think and that will then give you the ultimate answer.
No, it doesn't really.
Also, well, the thing I think is also that what sort of Adventism have you imbibed, and what are you defending, and what are you believing? And if you come along with somebody who sits there and starts to do what Des did, and what a lot of us who believe what we did is, we're actually challenging that form of Adventism that they have embraced, they have inspired, and they teach. So you're bound to get a conflict here. And unfortunately, if you're a traditional Adventist who really does believe that you've got to be perfect before God comes, and you've got all this sort of thing, and you can, and you really do believe that the Sabbath is the seal of God, and you believe that Sunday is the mark of the beast, and all the rest of it, and believe me, they do, then ultimately you have someone who come along and actually say, look, the whole thing has the seal of God is actually the presence of the Holy Spirit in the life, which is what Paul says, by the way.
Yeah.
Then you're in direct conflict with this. You suddenly all that they believed, the scaffolding that they believed in, all falls to pieces. And the only way they could deal with it is by declaring you to be a non-Adventist and therefore a heretic and therefore all the rest of it. So they end up doing exactly what Rome did to people like Luther and elsewhere. And you elsewhere, it's the same concept all the way around. It's just differently expressed from a different direction. That's all. And you, so I mean, Luther makes a tremendous statement, by the way, in that. Jill sent me a commentary on Galatians by Luther, and there are rather a lot of things, but this is one of the books she sent me. And Luther says in there, the money never goes to the gospel; it always goes to the other side.
Well, this is what I was going to say to answer Gillian's question, is that these people, I'm just saying there's a parallel between the CBs and how they treated you, and there's a parallel with you saying, why doesn't Conrad Vine see what's going on? you answered it. You said because they don't even mention Jesus. There's
No, they
nothing that
don't.
I hear from the way you were treated in the CB literature that
Yeah, but
speaks of Jesus. They just don't understand the gospel.
This is
No.
one of Ellen White's great visions. You think that they'd look at it. That's how I see it. I think, why can't they see that they're following somebody that Ellen White's predicted?
Because they don't understand the gospel, and she didn't have the gospel.
I sort of see what you say.
Well,
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's also a protection. It's also protection of the institution, protection of the thing. I mean, it's interesting here, you know. I picked this up while you were saying what you were saying, Jill, and this is at the end of what, you know. This is how the lines were being written at Glacier View. We have here. He says this. Now then, the Seventh-day Adventist Church is not on trial. This is what he said at the end. Towards the end, I think it was on trial, but still. Where is it? It is a clear position on certain points. It has a clear position on certain points. We're not here searching for a position. We are searching out for answers. Well, you can't search out for answers unless you change your position and look at things. But he said this: the bottom line, of course, is the role of Ellen White in doctrinal matters.
Yeah.
This is central. Dr. Sekikubo, now president of Newbold College, he was at the time, has identified the great issue that will come before the church during the 1980s as the role of the spirit of prophecy. This will be the issue, he says. Now, if that is the case, then they might as well all have packed their bags and gone home. Because the issue here was really and truthfully her authority being totally reestablished and vindicated at Glacier View. If the bottom line, of course, is the role of Ellen White. The bottom line is not whether or not we got the gospel right. It's not whether or whether
I'm saying.
At the center of all this. It's the power of the white estate that matters, and this is why I've said all the way along that the only way that the Adventist Church can move forward at all is when the white estate is either has its wings seriously clipped, or is disbanded altogether. That's the only way in which this church can move forward. And it's certainly clear from the statement made in the 2022 General Conference section about her writings being correct and being a guide and being an authoritative yardstick by which to measure truth. I mean, when you get to that point, you might as well put your Bible in the bin, because there's nothing. What happens when you end up saying, well, it says here, and they said, well, that's all right. That's all right for the Bible. That was all right for Paul. I've heard this said by someone from Heartland. When Paul said, I do not claim to be perfect. And he said, Paul couldn't be perfect because he lived before 1844. After 1844, the rules all changed. So you've got a form of dispensationalism. Post 1844. Yeah, which actually means that it's harder to get saved now than it was before 1844. And this is absurd. In other words, it's a total denial of the central core of the faith of the faith. And really and truthfully, it's this. What are you defending? And the answer is they end up defending Ellen. They're not really defending Ellen. I'm doing actually. They're defending Ellen. They're defending a church. They're defending this. They're defending that. Then they've got Preby going around telling everybody that he's preparing a people for the second coming and the sinlessness, and then all that sort of stuff. He's telling them that what happened at the cross wasn't good enough, and all this, and right. Nothing's done to deal with him at all.
Nothing.
Yet they would probably disfellowship me for what I believe.
Yeah.
So,
like
I
told you here, the quote that he says, Jesus did a fine job at the cross, but.
Yes, but.
And Gillian, I'm not disagreeing with you, Gillian. When I draw a parallel between the Ford situation and the Vine situation, I'm just saying that at the root of that is power, money, and a misunderstanding of the gospel, and perhaps even a misunderstanding of Ellen herself. But people who want power, money, and don't mention the name Jesus in the concept of community building are going to be the kind of people you're talking about. Jill, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree that, but I'm just saying that I think the way you were treated, I'm kind of defending you actually, that the way you
I'm
were
not
treated.
saying, I just trying to make the connection. I'm just saying that, oh well, I'm not saying it very well. Anyway, Motor Sapiens, I can't seem to comment here, but if you message me, I'll tell you about Jack Provencher.
Oh,
I'm looking
right.
at the
I did
messages.
see that earlier,
And
and
look,
I can't find it again now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good.
I know I'll offend
interesting
some people about Trump, but
This is the
people
world.
just have different views. So I'm just going to finish on a positive note here, John, and thank you both for being on our retrospective season 2, coming to the public finally after 5 years. We're finally getting it out there, and each week I'll be doing a couple of shows from that era. I need to ramp it up a bit because we might have a few more midnight slots because Facebook is deleting all live shows come June 26th. They've already started. I've lost several already. So I feel like I've got the hounds following me and I'm having to race ahead of them a bit. So I am working hard to get season 2 up onto YouTube. But you said something in this one that we just watched today, season 2, episode 5. And I just had a little look, and you're on again not until episode 83, John. So hopefully that won't be too long. But you mentioned in the last interview, and I wrote it down because it was a really important little quote, I thought, that you said that Des Ford, he taught it as it should have been, the gospel, and he lived it. He lived it.
Yes,
and Gillian can attest to this as well. We should be eternally grateful to him, is what you said.
Yes, we should indeed.
And I just find one of the reasons I really like to, highlight the Ford, Gillian and Des and what they did component of all this is there is a positive takeaway every time you look at it. And it's always about he taught it very clearly and he lived it. And we should be grateful for that. And that's one of the reasons I personally want to keep that Des Ford legacy alive, because regardless of how Adventism is in a tsunami of darkness, I'm never going to become an Adventist again. I'm never going to even try and create a kind of a gem of Adventism that, I'm done with that. But I'm not done with people who offer up positive environments and spaces for people to get a better understanding of the gospel.
That's right.
And so
that's what we should be doing.
That's why I keep doing these kind of shows, because at the end of every conversation you have to do with Des Ford and anyone that is focusing on the gospel always ends positively. You don't go away feeling discouraged when you go, hang on, there's some good stuff here to be found. Forget all your denominations, forget all your fighting, forget all your political leanings. What is the good takeaway from the gospel? And I think there's some brilliant takeaways to be found there.
Yeah, and out of all the 45,000 churches, apparently sects churches, I looked it up. I looked them up to find out how many there were. 45,000. It's all very well, but at the end of the day, there's only one bride. There's only one ecclesia, and he is the head of it. And when you understand that, then you look at what Des was writing, and you also go to the Gospels, and you go to the epistles and all the rest of it, and also you see how it feeds its way back into the Old Testament. You begin to realize, what on earth are these churches doing? What are they? What on earth are they? They're all making money. That's what they're doing.
That's right. Power and money.
If they're making money and their interest, they're defending their interests. They're not defending the interests of God.
No, exactly.
You're not making money, Peter.
Well, yeah, and
neither am I.
No, we do it because we love it. I would like to highlight it again. Just thank you to Carol for sponsoring this episode, and anyone watching, if you'd like to put your name alongside one of these really important season 2 episodes, just get in touch with me and we can make that happen. But yeah, this is for some reason we're driven to do whatever we do, and I now actually concede to the notion that I think you and Des were right, Gillian, to not turn GNU into a denomination or a church, because it's I think Des saw this, you both see this, John, you've been talking about this. You have to shine that positivity of what is coming through from the gospel, that is that shining light that makes life better, that makes family better.
I was going to say something on that. Just briefly, we had problems at GNU when it started off. Half the board left after the first people who set it up, because there's nothing wrong with them as people, but they'd never really talked over what they wanted from GNU, and there was a very strong. For one thing, Des was never wanted to run anything. He was a scholar and an evangelist, so he didn't have the gifts to run a church. That wasn't his gift.
And I think that's probably a good thing.
But there were people who wanted to throw out Ellen White, throw out the Sabbath, and got quite antsy with him about it. And he said, look, if Neil Wilson couldn't make me do it, you can't.
Yeah.
And but he also promised the brethren he wouldn't divide the church. Des was a very honourable man. But the other thing is, and when Smuts came in shortly afterwards, really, because he got fired, Smuts van Rooyen, he was very much against the idea of starting a new church, because he said it was going to be a congregational system, and he said, you're between the sandwich of the leadership and the congregation. They said the congregation is worse. So that plus there were so many areas of difference. There was the science creation issues and the Sabbath and Ellen White, and a whole lot of stuff. And it would have just been more fights. Just didn't want to do that.
That's why I love our weekly gathering here, where it's just a fellowship and we just listen to people present the gospel. I'd love both of you to do one of the programs one time, and I'm blessed by not being organised too, because in that realm, because I can't.
Yeah,
even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to pull something together. But I'm so glad, because it makes you distill these concepts into their simplest form, because you just know that if once you start trying to get everyone to believe your version of it, they're all going to start fighting, and they're going to start pressuring each other, and they're going to start being political themselves. So
it's impossible. It's impossible.
John, we've been chatting for a long time about getting you on to do a program called What Adventism Could Have Been. So I'd want to book you in for that in a couple of weeks, because I think I said to you at the time, let's call it What Adventism Could Have Been and Still Could Be. Whereas now I think let's just look at what Adventism could have been, and everyone find out their nice little pockets of happiness where they can find.
Could have been and what it still should be.
Yeah, that's where we now probably disagree.
where it should be, and
where it should be,
where it should be, and it isn't, unfortunately. Unfortunately, where it is not where I would love it to be, and you and I would love it to be. It's not a question really of being in a church or being joining an institution of sorts. I mean, we've got a situation, as I wrote to you, we got one of the lads at Leamington, and he loves Jesus, he loves the faith, he loves the dose of it. He's not, very bright, and there are certain things he ain't having. And he wants to be baptized on the profession of faith, but he doesn't want to be voted into membership, because his grandmother actually removed her membership over things that she disagreed with as well. And it takes a long time. This is a seriously, this is a 4th generation Adventist we're talking about. And long, oh yes, South African was it, and he's made up, and they did it. They're having to make up their minds what they're going to do with him, you know. So on the 5th of July, I'm going to walk into these troubled waters, and I'm going to lay it down that really and truthfully, if you look at the way in which people were baptized in the early church, they weren't asked to sign up to this and sign up to that and sign up to the other. They were baptized on the grounds that they believed that Jesus was the Son of God, that he was the eternal God Logos made flesh, and the center of our faith, and will come again and restore all things, and all that. That's what they, and we have done this before. Apparently, before I joined them, they'd done this before to somebody.
I think Gillian's about to go. Hey,
yeah.
thank you, Gillian.
But it's
We're wrapping
the same.
This is the long goodbye.
It's the same syndrome.
Yeah.
It's the same syndrome, and Peter. You can't, you know. But actually, yeah. I think that's going to happen more, where people want to be baptized on a profession of faith, but they'll join anything.
That's right. Yeah.
And so yeah, that's right.
Well, I really want to get you. I really want to get you doing a program for one of our Good News fellowships. So yeah, keep that in the back of your mind. Just to talk the gospel.
You got me. Yeah, that's right. Well, you got me.
I got you doing one on the Voice Life. I got you on the Voice Life Fellowship, and this is now on the SDA Constant Good News Fellowship. Very similar.
I see. Because I could repeat some of the things.
Exactly.
The good news, because I did 2 for you, I think, and I was looking at the gospel inside the Gospels. Well, I could still go on doing that. I mean, there's a lot of things where
and the only difference really is that group is more perhaps still Adventists on the fringe, whereas what we're doing on the Thursday night California time 6 p.m. and our time midday Friday, your time 1 a.m. or something, we'll make it later for that day for you, but it's more open just as a broader kind of audience. It's going out to a lot wider group of people. So yeah, well, thank you, John. I've loved our chat as always, and let's get you back soon.
There are.
Now that is weird. John has just frozen.
I can.
Hang on, you've just frozen for a second.
Yeah. Anyway.
I can. Oh, there you go. You're back. You're back now.
Are we all right?
Hey, well,
I've done. I have got sermons. I'll use them. I'll use them if you want me to.
Perfect. Would love it. Yeah, we're getting a great little following every week now. We do it every week, so yeah. Well, everybody, I'm doing this all again in about 8 hours' time. What's that?
Yeah. Oh, go and get some sleep.
Oh yes, I'm doing this all again in about 8 hours, and we're going to be looking at episode 6, season 2, with Kenneth Samples. He's the guy that
Samples. Yes.
He kind of followed on from Walter Martin.
He took over from Walter Martin, didn't he?
He didn't really take over in the sense of carrying the let's make Adventists accountable, because Walter Martin kind of died thinking, hang on a second, I think you guys tricked me. But when I talked to Kenneth about that, he didn't seem to think that he felt that. He felt that maybe Walter Martin did, but he didn't necessarily feel that he thought that himself personally. I got the feeling that he kind of didn't think Adventists were a sect, like a sect.
Yeah, well, they need to modify certain things, and they'd be something else. Seriously, something else.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Well, until we talk again. Yeah.
Sleep well. Meet again. Sleep
See
well,
everybody.
Well, I'm 5 o'clock in the afternoon here.
You're laughing. See you later, everybody. I'm off to bed. See you soon. See you in a few hours.
Take care. To bed.